that. Right, let's see if Vienna was the problem, because I didn't even unpause there. All I did was zoom into Vienna, and the game didn't like that one bit. Well, seems okay. Maybe I had the workload train setting on for it. Well, it seems alright. I do agree, though, that Vienna looks really rather nice. Unfortunately, well, I don't think it's so busy anymore. It used to be clogged up entirely. Now it seems like, yeah, the utilization looks okay. It's not over 100%, so we're not being clogged up here anymore, because if you're not going to Vienna, every train is forced to go into the bypass. It used to be that this line here connected up with this line here, so anybody wanting to turn in or out of Vienna was clogging up this entire line, which is what most of the trains were using, because unfortunately they're not smart enough to use the cleanest part of any 4 or more rail network. They only stick to the 2 that they're told to use from the get-go. Are those alerts anything to care about, or just notice me senpai for train watchers? All these alerts. I mean, there's lots of them. Most of them can be ignored, because almost all of them are the locomotive is slowed due to operational supplies being deficient. And unfortunately for me, that's just them running out of water. And that's no big deal. Their speed is going to drop by like 10 or 20%, but they give me that alert even if they are en route to a maintenance station to go and get more supplies. And I really don't like that. You should never give the player an alert about something the game is actively fixing. It's the biggest problem I had with, well, it's one of the many problems I had with Dawn of Man. The game just becomes cluttered with alerts for things that are being seen to, like, oh, these people are thirsty. You get an alert about that, you go over and you find out that they are going to get water. So why did you want to alert me? And that's what almost all of these are. Now, it's a bit more serious if they're lacking oil or sand, because that has a much bigger impact on their speed, I imagine. I've never seen that before. But it would take a long time to run out of oil or sand, which would indicate that I've completely forgotten to give them any sort of supply depot. But them running low on water, I don't care about. Breakdowns due to bad condition, that's a good thing to hear about. Except they break down even at very good condition. I don't know why the threshold for that is so high. But let's see, here's an example. This one's being told breakdown due to bad condition. It goes from worker woods to Ostrov 2. Now Ostrov won't have a repair station, but the woods will. Where are the woods? Activate eyes. No, really, where are those woods? The worker woods. Here we go, here's the worker woods. And it does have a maintenance station, so when it goes there it's going to repair up, but it's still telling me that it's broken down due to bad condition, because it can't make a single run from the woods to Ostrov and back without hitting the threshold for breakdowns, which is kind of extremely irritating. But what's a man to do? Just suck it up and accept that the perimeter of my screen is going to be a myriad of largely pointless alerts. And what's annoying especially is that it's going to... okay, here's an example. This one is completely out of supplies, which tells me I didn't put any supplies on this route whatsoever. And that is something that I should be alerted about, and something that I should go, okay, well then, here's a supply tower for you. Now I won't be alerted about that again. But the problem is I can't pick out which of these are actually completely out of supplies, or ones which are just being fussy buggers unless I check through all of them. Here's one, for example. You're underground right now, but you indeed have no access to supplies, and I should definitely be giving them to you. And I certainly will give them to you. Can I smack one here? There we go. Problem solved. The boy who cried wolf UI design. Yeah, it's a big pain for me, especially because when you change trains, the trains have different amounts of consumption and different speed. I don't know if speed means that you can go further without more consumption, but it does mean that the amount of supplies they're going to need to make a journey is going to change. So an early train with very low consumption is probably going to be able to do a lot more distance. I mean, this is half the consumption of some of the other stuff we have. Good old Iron Duke here. So it does mean that changing out trains might mean you start getting alerts where you didn't before. And I guess if you're agonizing over every single line, then that's okay. You can actually go and coddle your lines, but me, this is not a coddle approach here. I mean, Jings, look at these lines. Do these look coddled to you? I hope they don't. Anyway, I've been talking for a bit and I haven't even introduced this, so I'm saying we're getting back to the Railway Empire Perfect Hansa run. Perfection is looking trickier and trickier to get for a number of reasons. First of all, we're using almost half of the trains that you can even have in the game. There's a hard limit of, what was it, 1600? Yeah, I think it was 1600. And we haven't even set up all the hubs. We've done 5 of the 11 hubs. And not only that, the game's performance is deteriorating rapidly. I've just unpaused now. As you can see, the frames are chugging, everything is chugging. So we don't spend a lot of time in unpaused mode, especially when we're building up. But I'm sure we can handle that just fine. Let's hire all these people. There's a promoter here. Promoters are amazing. Promoters are probably the best applicants you can get in the game in terms of the Perfect Hansa. I'm going to hold on to them until I have set up the hub that we're going for here. And the hub that I'm working on right now is the dark blue hub that you see here. Zoom in on it. I have already sketched out a design for it. I don't want any train to have to pass more than 2 stations. So, for example, a train that starts off here can take this line over to here, or the line over to here, but if it wants to go 3 stations away, it can take the central line all the way across. Same going around the side, and that applies to everyone by doing this little strange star-like shape. So I'm going to give that a go. I'm actually using different setups for each hub that I have, because I don't think it would be very exciting or stimulating for me if I just took the same approach for all of them. After all, I might think that something's really good and never realize that it was actually terrible if I don't try other things. I've also gerrymandered the border a bit. There were 2 access to piggies here in the red zone, so I took this piggy and just chomped away at it with the blue zone here, because not having access to pigs is not having access to leather or to meat, or for that matter, to clothes, because clothes desire leather. So by linking up the meat into this ecosystem, that's going to be 3 different goods that they now have access to, especially thanks to the existence of this wool here. I'm going to want to use that for sure. Have we decided that Berlin cannot starve? Of course Berlin can starve. In fact, let's go and cut over to Berlin right here. We've even walled it off, seems like a fitting thing to do for Berlin, and it can't even break through 20,000 population, which is, oh Christ, it's happened again. Why did that happen? Why does it keep happening? Goodbye, game. Game, go away. Please stop. Okay, there we go. Whew. Right, it's anyone's guess why that happens. There have already been bug reports about it, but I do not know what's causing that. And this game's completely unmodded as well. I have a solution to it, but I don't like my solution. My solution would be to kill all game sounds entirely. I suppose I could locate that sound in the game files and terminate it, but that would include me having to unpack the game's files, because all the games are packed into these fuck files, which are not the friendliest to play around with, although I did have to do that in Patrician 4. I think I did that to get rid of the... Yeah, you did that for sound effects before. I did that to get rid of the sound of all the highway attacks in Patrician 4, which were incredibly annoying. It's your ritual to summon Satan, causing it clearly, says Dark Young. I think it happened because I jumped over to a city. Let's try it again. I mean, I quickly jumped over here, and I think the game had to suddenly render so many things that it went whoop whoop whoop. No? Okay. What's strange is that I didn't even unpause for that to happen. Yeah, what a bizarre thing to happen to the game. Oh well, let's plod on, irregardless of that. Is irregardless a word? Doesn't matter. Spend what we have here, let's rehire those people that we missed, and keep all of that freelancer, and get to work on our next hub, which is the dark blue one here. Alright. What's this going to comprise of? It's going to be Worms, Frankfurt am Main, Würzburg, Nuremberg. Now that's an important one. Nuremberg. We have an important task to make Nuremberg the largest populated city in the perfect Hansa. It looks like we're going to be able to manage this transporting passengers thing. Although it's... oh, well, actually, if we don't get it done in time, which we're not going to, I wonder if it counts as a clear or not. Maybe it'll count as a failure. This one's almost certainly going to be a failure because transporting that many passengers to Vienna would require routing them all through Danzig, which makes no sense at all. Nuremberg with the largest population, though. That seems possible. It will fail you. Well, I can deal with that. I've failed at plenty of things in my life. Right, so what are we going to do? We're going to start with clearing this away. Away you go, away you go, away you go, Ulm. I will bring your city back, don't you worry about it. Oh, I own this fruit farm. Well, let's celebrate by jacking it up to max level. There should be no reason for me not to own and have maxed all of the industries that are in these hubs. In fact, that should be one of the first things I do, if not the first. Let me just consider everything that falls within this hub zone. Not those hops. Those hops are being completely consumed by Passau, or at least they should be being completely consumed. That they are, all 12 per month getting loaded up, put over here, turned into glorious wheat beer, and then exported within this hub, which is one of the best functioning hubs I have. It looks like a bleeding mess. But Innsbruck is making me extremely proud. Innsbruck, I always figured, would be one of the most problematic cities in the perfect Hansa, because of its position here. Tightly nestled between a mountain range and a deep ravine down into a river, it looked like a real headache to get anything connected to. But with some slick lines running through into Innsbruck's warehouse and both of their main stations, and a surprising appearance by Mr. Lollick Skater and Sons vegetable farm, it's actually turned into a fantastic place to produce brandy, newspapers, and oh my god, my fucking ears! Okay, I can only imagine that is just as painful for you as well. Okay, what the heck do we do about that? Ow! I can still hear it. Right. Killing the file seems like a great idea. For now, though, let's just kill the game's audio entirely. Okay, what in God's name was that? I don't really have the tools at hand to go and kill that file immediately. But it's going to be really sad playing without any kind of sound effects. Yeah, I do have the game muted, and there we go. I've got my music playing in an external player anyway. Ouch, that was really rather painful for me. Came out of nowhere. Okay, get back to what I was focusing on there. How about making your own train sounds, Jake? It's not that kind of stream, although it is vaguely tempting. I'm looking at what's within the hub and what we should own. Doesn't cost too much, so I'll just buy it up. Oh, already the no feedback and the sound effects feels weird, but we'll have to make do with it. What else is within this hub? These vegetables are as well. We already own this vegetable estate, so we're going to max it out. Same for the wheat here. Buy it and max it out. Oh, I accidentally downgraded it, so I had to pay extra for that. Oh well, that's alright. We have hundreds of millions of monies, so it's okay. Now, we own a second grain farm within this hub. And I think that means that this is the kind of place that could make extra and export it. But I'd rather not integrate that into this hub. If I'm just quickly checking on my other hubs, I think everywhere has access to wheat. Wheat's one of the most basic goods that everyone needs access to. Okay, right, we'll keep that in mind, but we won't feel obliged to use both the wheats. I will, however, feel very obliged to own both of the wheats, even though that kind of price is extortionate. It's a bit of a downside of the character that I'm playing as. He has very, very high costs for late game things. There's more vegetables to the north that I don't feel the need to make use of. Where are they? There they are. North of Frankfurt am Main. However, we do have coal here, although without any iron, there's no sense in using that coal. Still, I should own it. I should own everything. How much did that cost me to buy? Milk is good. Milk is always good. Even though we don't turn it into cheese, milk is a raw good that everybody demands after a certain point. I can't believe I don't own this estate, so let's change that as well. And peat. Peat is something that does come into use. Again, get it all owned. More coal. Well, you know, why not just make it ours? And another estate to make ours. Right, this is actually costing me a lot of money. A whole lot of money. But I think I've grabbed everything except for the piggies from up here. Here we go, Shiloui's pigs, which currently and somewhat sadly go out to the Weimar Republic. But no can do. I guess I'll buy the fattening place up for myself. Max it out. All these pre-established lines are quite troublesome, but I'm going to be... Are those actually the pigs that I was thinking about? It's next to a salt mine? Yeah, that is them. So they're actually going to come down and probably feed Wurzburg directly. There's going to be a lot of trains going back and forth here across this. Maybe open up a Discord voice chat called Train Noise Volunteers. Kick anyone who doesn't contribute Choo Choo, or the regional equivalent. That's a funny idea, but also a really, really stupid one. So it won't be done. Right. Since I now own the industries, time to get rid of the existing lines and connect things up the way that we want them. Oh, it's so sad without the sound effects here. At least you get a refund for tearing these down. Right. Stuttgart, Ulm. There's worms. Just gotta get rid of them all, but what I should really be doing is getting rid of the trains that are already around here, because they're just gonna get in my way. Unfortunately, I have to keep turning this mode back on just to enter delete mode. There are some elements to this UI which do cause far too much busy work like this. Goodbye to the veg. Wasn't there another train here? Yeah, down you go. So, again, this being a 6-station or 6-city setup here. I don't like this tune. What is this? Dag Winderlich. Dark Horn. Right, well, away you go. I don't want you on my playlist anymore. Keeps playing and it always feels so out of place. Could we delete there? There we go. Just tear down a whole lot of stuff. We got a new setup to make. So Worms, Frankfurt am Main, Wurzburg, sorry, but you've got to go as well, including the trains that are existing on your track right now. Yeah, the whole sausage has got to go. Doesn't really matter if places suffer for this. They might go down a bit, but they will come back in due time. And I will set up Shiloui's pigs to be better later on. What's your name? Wurzburg and Weimar. Well, away you go, because Wurzburg is mine. Anything else going around here that seems awfully suspicious? Yeah, going to Wurzburg? Not anymore, you're not. I don't even know where you were going, but you're going away now. Delete this Wurzburg thing that wasn't even fully upgraded. I'll deal with Sirius Ugu's veggies later on. So there's Frankfurt, Wurm, Wurzburg, Nuremberg, Ulm, and Stuttgart. That, I think, amounts to 6, because I can count. So now it's a case of linking them up here. Linking them up. Right, Ulm is going to be a bit of a pain, given that it's so tight here. But, actually, let me consider the shape that it's going to be here. That's a little off-center, don't you think? There we go. Yeah, I can make this work. Who's going to be the busiest ones around here? This connection here is rather unpleasant. It should be coming in a certain way, and I haven't determined which way. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Thinking about it, it can go in which way it wants, I suppose. Right, Ulm, there you go. Stuttgart. You know, if this game ever makes any noises, it's going to be quite terrifying because I have it absolutely deleted in the settings here. You should pop out there and get into Ulm. I wonder if I can fit a maintenance station in there. I might actually not be able to handle a maintenance station. space is just so hard to come by. Well, actually, I could fit one right around here if I was so daring. Yeah, that's possible, but it seems to be eating up a lot of space when I could just cleanly cut you in there. I don't think I like this at all. I certainly don't. Jake, we still see the map. Well, thanks for pinging me about it. As I try to suss out how to get from here to here with a maintenance station between them. Obviously can't stick the maintenance station inside the tunnels, that'd be too convenient. I guess I could put it in here and it would just be a bit of a rigmarole to get in. Another large train station, that's signaling control for Nuremberg, which needs to go to Wurzburg, so I can just slam you in any which way. Wurzburg, now it's a bit of a pain when you put the station so close to water, but I'm sure it'll be okay, especially if I give it that much space. Because you can't have 4 bridges next to each other, and I really should have looked into how to get that, because it bothers me that I don't have it. At this rate though, the game might as well be an unmodded run. I haven't run with any mods so far, although I don't want to commit to that in case I find something that can only be overcome with mods, like the train limit. I have a feeling that train limit is just waiting to bite me in the rear end with this entire run. Alright, that's all the basics set up there. Now, the maintenance stations remain important. One between you two, one between you and Frankfurt am Main. Of course, you're going to have to go up this way, aren't you? Yeah, there you go. No escape for you. Frankfurt to Worms. Worms. What a name. Well, knowing Germans, they don't actually call worms worms. I'm talking about the wee wriggly things in the earth, of course. Worms needs to go to Stuttgart. Easily enough done. Set up maintenance station there. So now they all have maintenance stations between them, but it's not that simple. Because thanks to our wheel lines going back and forth like that, I'm probably going to want maintenance stations in the middle. But I can do that after I link these ones up, hunky-dory. And this should be very simple to link up. It's just going to be stuff like this. We'll take the outer one side by side. Oh, it feels so sad not getting the sound effects for these things linking up. It's more like worms. I like the way you put that. Whoa, worms. I'm sorry, Jake, bypassing 1600 cap is not trivial. There's still something that just crashes the game after increasing the limit. Crashing. The idea of the game crashing is a scary one, and I don't want to think about it. You know how painful it would be to invest the amount of time and energy into this that I've invested only to find that I can't reach the end because the game crashes? It would be really rather painful. But not unprecedented. I feel like something like that's happened before. Well, some problems just have to be met head on. Like me not remembering how to link up my lines. There we go. That's only going into the maintenance station, and then into you. That's not the tightest one first, but I think it'll be okay. And if it's not okay, it can be fixed. Yes, plenty enough space to curb anything else around. I'll signal these once I've set them all down. Not thinking about it is surely the proper course. I mean, not thinking about things has helped me out a lot in life. A lot more than it's hurt me in life. Right, where are we even heading up to here? Oh, I didn't put a maintenance station for you to get up to Nuremberg with, so let's fix that right here and now. It's nice to finally be working on Nuremberg, given that we've had the job for Nuremberg for so long. Let's slam you over there. This hub is, aside from the fact that it has six cities to care about, which is a pain, it feels like a very, very easy hub to work with. Lots of space, centralized, lots of RGOs. In fact, the only thing that this hub is missing is something that we can observe on this spreadsheet right here. It is showing up, yeah. Which one are we even working on? Blue? Yeah, I think we're working on blue. Having done these 4, 5... What else have I done? Did I do pink? Don't know if I did pink. Point is, we're here in blue. We're missing sugar beets. And we're missing salt. Wait, apparently we're missing peat? Am I really looking at the right thing here? Ah, I was not looking at the right thing. The peat does not belong to this hub. Okay, well, too bad. For that, at least. No peat, no salt, that's no big deal. No sugar beets is a bit of a pain. The lack of iron and coal means I won't be able to make steel and tool and stuff and such. But that is a-okay. We got enough of the basics to get through this, no problem. So away you go, and back to the game we go. That ironic, since I have walked through sugar beet fields next to Maine, says Hybrid Heatit. The Germans just all come out for this, don't they? Makes sense. I mean, they're getting their big representation in a game which isn't being Nazis, so it must feel pretty good. There we go. Nobody's shooting you in this game. Well, then again, we did have that mission where we had to transport guns, but that was shooting Americans. That's kind of part and parcel right there. Sugar beet is the big thing in Germany. So is a sugar beet in any way different from a beetroot? Now, I love beetroots, but I've never heard them be called sugar beets before. Might be something different. I'm not big on horticulture, if that's even what that can be called. Yeah, this is maintenance station to maintenance station. I'm not being that sarcastic. I want to see the conclusion. I'm not thinking about my problems. Is certainly my approach. I worry what the conclusion for this one will be. I really, really want to see it through. But the did the game actually ever crash on us? I can't remember now. I don't think it's crashed on us so far, has it? No, because if it had crashed, I'd be incredibly paranoid about it and be saving all the time. As it stands, I've just got somebody who's pinging in every like 30 minutes to say, "Here's your half-hourly reminder to save, Jake." Which, as annoying as that is, it's very useful. So thank you. Oh yeah. I had my little jitter at the end there. And accidentally signaled the wrong track. That's alright, easily fixed. It would be even easier if there was a quick way to reverse all signals on one stretch of track, but there is not. Can't be too... Can't attack the game too much on that front. The very fact that it lets me set signals along the whole line just by holding shift and control is amazing. See, Factorio, take notes. Factorio might be the best train game around, but it doesn't have that. Oh, maybe it did add that. That'd be pretty cool. Just setting periodic signals along a whole line in Factorio sounds like it would be a wonderful bit of quality of life, because I am terrible at adding signals in Factorio. I'm terrible at a lot of train things in Factorio, sadly. Blueprints. Yeah, blueprints do that, but, you know. Sometimes that blueprint just doesn't quite fit for the situation that you're in. Okay, they are the same species and quite similar, but sugar beets contain more sugar, are grown for sugar production and not as a vegetable. That seems like a shame, because I like beetroot's vegetative nature. If that can even make any sense. Okay, nice and simple. I'm also going to delete all the maintenance station names, because I don't like seeing the name maintenance station spammed across the map. I mean, I can clearly see where the maintenance stations are, so I don't need to be reminded of their location with names on the map. There we go. Now that was the... Whoa, no, we're not bulldozing it. There, that was the easy part. Now we connect the big stretches across. So for example, Worms and Nuremberg are meant to connect now. Starting to wonder if I perhaps didn't think this one through well enough. Because maybe I didn't. I mean, I'm going to want you to go across to here and then to back. I could have both of these come out into a four-way, but I'm not really sure that's what I'm looking to do. Yeah, alright, let's just go with what we're thinking here, which isn't a whole lot. If I just slam a nonchalant maintenance station between the two of them. Right about... Yeah, just do it there. Any old way. Bob Ross wouldn't concern himself with it, and neither will I. Been watching a bit much of the Joy of Painting series lately. Just saw it pop up in my Twitch feed, and I was like, yeah, I fancy a bit of Joy of Painting. Not something I watched in my childhood. I'm not even sure if that aired much in Europe. But that's kind of a shame. Why am I looking at the veg? I meant to be looking at Nuremberg here. Can I go over the veg? Can I go under the veg? Ooh, under the veg works pretty well. Whoa-ho-ho! See that? That I like. There we go. Fairly harmless way to connect the two. And now you have a straight line from Worms to Nuremberg through this maintenance station, which should not be named. Now that's only one of them. I also need Wurzburg to Stuttgart. Not to say I need it. Kind of implies a necessity to it. This is what I want to build, and so I'm building it. To Stuttgart, right? So let's have you right about here. There's bags of space, so I'm not really caring too much about wasting the area around here. These RGOs will be fine. There we go, and if you don't like what you're doing here, you can always size up with them for a wee bit. Maybe not too much, mind. That'll do. And you go and join in the fun. Definitely connecting into the wrong side of this maintenance station, but again, won't let it bother me. It used to be on a few Sky channels in the UK. Sky channels in the UK? I mean, Sky is kind of worldwide, isn't it? I don't think they had specific Sky UK stuff. But I wouldn't know, I'm not big on TV. I haven't owned a TV since I was 17 years old, I think. Sounds about right. There she goes, so now we've connected up Wurzburg and Stuttgart. So the last one is Ulm, connecting up to Frankfurt am Main. So another wee maintenance shack between the two of them. It's going to come out along here, God knows where or how, connecting to Ulm that way. So let's just have you right here. Again, get rid of the name maintenance station. Make it so. How do you want to get into here? It's really your choice. Which side am I doing here? Am I doing the innie or the outie? Doing the outie. Doesn't like doing that naturally because it's going through an RGO. 18% incline is a little terrifying. Could we not perhaps go above? We absolutely can go above. Can we go above a little less so it doesn't cost me an arm and a leg? 7%'s alright, but 4% is nicer. That's a lot of It's a lot of bridging, but we can take it. Where are we? Here we are. Over she goes. Very nice. For all those people in Frankfurt am Main that want to get to Ulm, we have your solution right here. Although it does go through a tunnel. Long stretches of tunnel, and I say this quite often, aren't the best because they count as this is why I shouldn't be saying it so often. It counts as a single signal area. So this entire stretch down here is one signal chunk. But that's okay. I'm sure we can survive. Words, Jake. Yeah, words are difficult. Nobody expects a Scot to have to speak so much in his life, so it's rather uncalled for. What was that? Yeah, there was a YouTube comment on one of my Rune Factory streams, and I thought, they said, unbelievable, they managed to find a Scot who can read. Cracked me up proper. Okay, there was still one stretch I'm sure I didn't do. Although at a glance, it looks like I've done all of them. Worms, Stuttgart, and Frankfurt am Main. Yeah, there we go. So now, no train has to go more than 2 stations. Unfortunately, for the stations that it does need to go past, we need bypasses. We need bypasses on all of these cities. There's no getting around it, but there's also no big deal in creating them. It's a little unfortunate. I don't like how these bypasses come off. But come off they do, just gives people a way to get through all this. Thinking about it, wouldn't it make more sense if it bypassed directly into here? Yeah, I guess it would, but let's not overthink it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh boy, I almost didn't give that a wide enough berth. Put it in. It already implicitly gets signaled, but let's explicitly signal it, of course. As the game once again nags me about lacking maintenance supplies. Well, this is a bit of a tighter one to come off, but come off we shall. Whoa, Nelly. There you go. Scott needs words to complain about the price of rails after eliminating all competition and swimming in money. There's a lot to complain about the price of riding trains back in the UK. But I've never had to really complain about the price of laying track, thankfully. Does sound like an expensive affair, though. Why do we have 4 coming out of Stuttgart here? Ah, because there are the ones that are heading elsewhere. I don't need to plug these bypasses into the inner routes that I've game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Just back away, give it a bit. There wouldn't happen to be a hard limit on the length of rails you can place on one map, is there? Don't worry, the music's going. The music is playing in an external player. Uh-oh. Just as we hit half an hour and the time when I should be saving. Oh no, it's doing that white screen and not responding now. Praying may help, probably, but it may. Uh-oh. This was my biggest fear for both this and Patrician 4. It didn't come true in Patrician 4, but it's coming true here. The game, I think, is bursting at the seams. And again, I haven't even unpaused. The game doesn't have to do any thinking. I assume it just has a limit. Maybe there's a limit of 100,000 kilometers of rail. If there is a length limit, it's only to help find the perfect Hansa solution. Oh no. It's truly doing nothing. Oh dear. Now, to be fair, crashing the game on Patrician was how we reached the end game there. But that's because I killed every single person in the Hansa. Oh man, it's not even going to autosave because I didn't unpause. Uh-oh, it just made it. Now I'm getting the pop-up for it not responding. What will you do if this is the limit, says Dark. Oh, Christ, there it goes. Ah, I thought there'd be a bit more juice in it left than that. I thought there'd be enough to at least get the hub set up, but it can't handle it. Oh, I'm gonna have to build all that again. Oh well, I'll try it again, and I will save quite a lot more prudently than I did there. Forget half hour, we should have 10-minutely savings. Unlikely to be the rail limit, it would crash after placing the rail, not before. Possibly. Alright, what did we have? I've got the... Oh, but this is from when I was unpausing and faffing around before. 1243, free mode, autosave. No, that's just when I loaded up the game earlier for the stream. Crumbs. Won't remember anything that I did. You should play at 1x speed using autosaves. The game would chug so much that it would be very difficult to place my lines if I played it at all, test July. If I build with the game unpaused, well, I mean, let's unpause and just move around a bit. It's a bit, although it doesn't seem so bad right now. It really doesn't seem so bad right now. Alright, second time a charm. But, let's go for some 10-minutely saves, shall we? Oh man, I just set all that stuff up and now I gotta do it again. Painful stuff. Really painful stuff. Still, I won't be dismayed by one crash. Multiple crashes, well, a slightly different story there. I just got here, said Boomer, did it crash? Oh yes, it crashed. I think we are hitting the limit of what the game is capable of managing. Must suck to be a console gamer. This game is available on console as well. I wonder how it manages with that. Oh, that means I can have the game's sound back, can't I? Alright. Can't wait for it to suddenly make the alarm noise again. So brace your ears. Hey, I have to brace my ears. You guys gotta do the same. Shout out to all future playlist watchers. Your journey might be over soon, says EXE Nana. So one of the bits of guilt that has followed me with streaming was the Carthage Chaos stream that I did. Because that ended rather abruptly. That was when I kind of flipped the desk and went, that's enough Europa Universalis 4 for my life. And somebody did comment saying that they were really unhappy because they had been following the series and they felt kind of betrayed that it would just end like that. And I felt that. And I might... Well, no, I don't actually think I'd feel the same way about this one. I'd feel that way if I flipped the table right now and went, I'm sick of building train tracks. But I'm not. I'm actually really enjoying this game. The trouble is, I don't think the game's really enjoying me. It keeps complaining in new and interesting ways. I'd be hard-pressed to say that this game is better than Patrician 4. I feel a strong affinity towards water and boats and the time period. But I think if you strip that kind of rose-tinted goggles away, this is the better game. And I really, really like it. But, okay, right. Prudent saves. Lots of prudent saves. Hub 6, work in progress. I don't think there's like an F5 autosave, is there? No, F5 brings up the engine shed. Something I learnt from all those old FPSs people made me play. F5 for quick save. F something else for quick load. Not the kind of games I normally play, but who was it they were saying, that's how Serious Sam is meant to be played. By constantly mashing quick save and quick load. Alright, let's rebuy up the RGOs again. Buy them up, max them out. Wait, why is there that there? I didn't think there were hops inside of my... Huh? Let me double check. Oh, there were hops inside this. Awesome. There's never enough hops. It is not possible to have enough hops to satisfy the beer desires of all the Germans. I'm sure it's been tried, but it has been failed. Buy this preserve for extortionate amounts. Buy up the tatties as well. Still find it hard to think of potatoes as a vegetable. Even though this isn't part of the hub, I'll buy it and max it out. Just producing stuff for me is good. Oh yeah, the milk. I really like it. The game feels like the turkey who just caught Bernard Matthews grinning at him. Bernard Matthews made all those turkey products, right? Like turkey drummers and stuff. Really, really nasty stuff you buy frozen. That's what I think of at least. I haven't had those since I was a kid. Thinking about it, I sure ate a lot of crap as a kid. Well, I have two brothers, so go figure. After a while, your parents stop caring about what your kids eat. Well, it was a good dinner for me and my brothers if we got 1 tin of meatballs. I think they were Findus meatballs, mixed with rice. Oh, that gravy. It kind of coagulated at a certain temperature. How did I set up this Wurzburg one? Probably something like that. Why did the larger child not simply eat the other two? Well, you see, my eldest brother was a real skinny malinx. He could have never handled me and the middle brother. Besides, we're a family of gamers. We all fit together like one good deck of cards when it came to mastery of all sorts of video games. Where did I even have you set up again? Was it here? Yeah, it might have been here, so I'll believe it. I'm getting deja vu all over again. Do your brothers still play games? I don't know. I don't know what my brothers do. There we go. Did I have one around here? It seems like where I would have had one. I think it's harder to build it on the second time because you start second guessing yourself. On the first time round, you just smack things down, full Leroy Jenkins style. But on the second time, you think, ooh, how did I handle it the first time? Forgetting that the first time round, you weren't even thinking about how well you were doing it. And I'm not just talking about laying track here. I'd imagine my brothers still play games. I mean, my mum still plays games. And if she does, I think everyone's still going to be playing them. Biggest mistake I ever made, though, was introducing my mother to Minecraft. Back when Minecraft was... Whoa, what the heck is that? Ooh, I like that slope. I mean, it's horrific, but there's something quite alluring about it. I'm going to keep that there. After a certain point, the trains become conveyor belts anyway. It's got a nice Space Mountain-esque thing to it. Yeah, so Minecraft, when it came out, they had... well, when Notch was running the show, he had very... I guess kind of unorthodox approaches to things. But one of the things I really respected was his idea of, if you buy Minecraft, you buy Minecraft. You'll never have to pay for any of the DLC or any crap like that that comes later on. You own the game and everything that follows. Now, I think Microsoft have done their level best to nullify that, claiming that everything that comes out is a different product and therefore not covered by that initial guarantee. But, I mean, we didn't see the Microsoft buyout coming back in 2000 and... when was it? 8? 7? I don't know, I was right there when InDev was out. Good times, very good times. So I bought up, I was so happy that I actually bought up a few copies of it. One thought was I want to be able to give it away to other people because Minecraft wasn't very well known back then, so I figured it would be quite nice to share it with others. And another more cynical approach was, aha, if this really is going to blow up and these are going to be worth everything in the future, I thought that these copies of Minecraft, which only cost I think about a tenner when he was first selling them, are going to be worth the boon dollars later on. So I got in on that. But as time went on, it turned out that they weren't really going to be all that valuable, so I gave one to my mother, said, here's a cool game, check it out. Problem is she did. She really did. That was the last I saw of her for a long time. And she's still playing it. She loves doing, I think she calls them skyblocks. Whatever method of the game is, where you start with a single block of soil and a single tree and a single bit of ground up bone. And from that you make everything. Minecraft Longplay, you and your mum incoming? No. No more Minecraft on this channel unless there's a particularly good weekly one-shot coming in for it. I'm so done with that game. I've played big multiplayers, I've played big single players, I've done every mega project I've ever wanted to do in the game. I wouldn't say I got obsessed with the game. I mean, I've gotten obsessed with games in the past, but I wouldn't say my Minecraft play became obsession. And in the end, every time I boot up Minecraft, I go, yeah, I mean, there's more to the game, and maybe it's even a technically better game. But the level of wonder and mystery that came with the game when it was out in InDev is unmatched. In fact, I think I should just download an old InDev copy and play that. InfDev was kind of mind-blowing when that came out, but for me it's still InDev. At least you gave her Minecraft and not Factorio. Actually, I gave her Factorio as well. She got quite into it, but not... I think in the end she was like, well, this is great, but it's not Minecraft, and then went back to Minecraft. Mother actually watches these streams, but I am 300% sure there is no way in hell she would watch more than 5 minutes of these railway streams, so... Can say whatever I want. Pretty sure she won't know. I like to generally keep massive... Ah, crumbs, that was the wrong way around. Thankfully, if it's just one line that you do wrong, it's easy to delete and place back down. I like to keep massive wrought iron fences between my real life and what I do online. Just, oh my god, I did it again. Just keeps things simpler that way. But there's very little escaping it, because if anybody from my real life wants to watch my streams, there's little I can do to stop them. Some of my friends say they do watch my streams just to kind of hear me again, because I'm away in Sweden and they're stuck in the UK or wherever else they've gone off to. And that's really touching, but at the same point it's like, ugh. Ugh. Safety saved? I just saved. I mean, I just saved a minute ago. There's safety, and then there's being too safe. Which way around are they? That's the way. Sometimes it's hard to tell which way the signals are going if it's hidden underneath the UI. I'm going to assume there's going to be some RimWorld playthrough when 1.3 comes out. Is that correct? Naturally. The RimWorld itch has been growing and growing. And I have so far not been scratching it, because the last time I played RimWorld, if you remember the campaign we had, was led by Brute Queen, as I recall. Dark Young was there, TBW was there. In fact, TBW actually stole the show after a while. That was a very enjoyable playthrough, but a very thorough playthrough. I did everything I wanted to do in RimWorld then. And that was when you just scratch the itch until it's a bleeding stump, and then you go, okay, it's kind of stinging now, I'm going to leave it for a bit. But now it's scabbed over, and you know when you got the scab and you really want to pick away at it, that's kind of where we're at with RimWorld, if the disgusting analogy is still holding. And I think it's still holding. And of course, hearing that there's a new batch of content coming out, well. I can't not. I'm going to have to dig my way into that. Well, that's hideous. Let's do it like you. Stop mentioning it. I can't stop thinking about it. You mean the scabs even, Loki? RimWorld's a fantastic game. I couldn't call it a perfect game. No, perfection is for Factorio and FTL, I think. But it is so good. It's better than it has any right to be. Right. How did this work out well for me? I want to have a gap in between this so I can tear away at the... Oh, I don't like this. Can we go down a bit? Can I bring you down a bit? I just want a little gap out here. We're going to go underneath this castle, which is probably some kind of important castle to the Germans, but not so important that we can't make glorious profits by digging through it. I'm going to save after I have... No, that's a red flag raising piece of top. We save and we save now. Hub 6, whip, go. Alright. I should signal up each of these, otherwise I will most certainly forget them. I wouldn't call Factorio perfect, says Dark Young. Yeah, I think you need a certain amount of cerebral activation to appreciate Factorio enough to call it perfect, so I'd understand where you're coming from. Me, however, I can call Factorio perfect. Alright, we're going to Stuttgart here, which means you're coming down and around. Honestly, you could come through this, but I guess I'm not too fashed about it, so... This is definitely different from what I had set up before. Of all the people to say that to. What can I say? I still remember my time with the bloody monkeys. I'm not sure I'll ever forget my time with the bloody monkeys. Right, into Wurzburg we go. It was Wurzburg, right? Yeah, sure. Don't like the way you're hitting up through that, though. Maybe we can curve you around. Oh, that is weird. Weird and a little... There we go, much better. I like going under. A big-brained monkey is still a monkey. Those monkey things in Nancy Drew were infuriating. Throwing the rocks at the monkeys or whatever that was fine, right? That was a glorious test of skill. But the game you had to play with the monkeys, which was kind of similar to Sorry, oh, it was just random chance. Nothing more and certainly nothing less. That whole game was pretty awful. I should have rated it lower on the Nancy Drew... the Nancy Drew thingamajigger. What was it called again? The tier list. The tier list of all the Nancy Drew games. And then Nancy Drew Forever comes in, assuming it's some kind of troll listing, because how could you possibly have such popular games that low? How could you think Shadow Ranch was that bad? Oh, maybe just having horses isn't the redeeming feature for a game. That is one long stretch of single signal. That is so hard to say. And I don't usually have a problem with tongue twisters. Red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry. She sells seashells by the seashore. And I forget any of the other tongue twisters because I'm not a 7-year-old girl. Right, where are we going with this? Into Ulm. This appears to be the outie. Right. Again, getting to go under other tracks, which is lovely. It's weird there that I put that on the wrong way around, but I did not. Okay, this is about the point where we crashed, because we were about to do the bypasses. So that seems all the more reason to save the game for Hub 6 work in progress. And if it wasn't for that, then there would be no bloody Nancy-thon. Big words from Dark Young, since he's committed to doing the next Nancy Drew game if and when it comes out. I'm looking forward to that. Although I'm looking less forward to it if it's as bad as Midnight in Salim was, because that Salem, right? Oh, that was grim. Right, I wanted to save and check the length of track. It's looking suspiciously like the 100,000th kilometer of track was the problem, given we're within spitting distance of it. But let's give it the benefit of the doubt and continue on. I need to make my bypasses now through all of the cities. Woe is me in that regard, but we do it anyway. Certainly. Well, I imagine it would have been better if I'd actually had the bypass come out of this maintenance station. Come to think of it, why am I not doing it that way? That seems like a very logical way to do the bypass. Come out of one maintenance station and link in with another, since I have these areas free anyway. No, because it would turn these into choke points. Now granted, the choke point would just end up here anyway, but the way that they keep crossing over seems to create really unpleasant choke points whenever I use them. I'm gonna stick to what I... Wait, where does this go? Ah, right, yes, of course. Wonder why it forked off over there, but of course that's the central part. You might need to unpause and let the AI make itself okay with what you're doing. That's not impossible. Okay, this is a good one because it's telling me about the trains that can't get to these new locations, which I do want to cut off because I don't care about trains getting to these new locations. So all these trains that want to go to poor Wurzburg are to be eliminated. Freiburg grows. Well, very good for you. Oh, crumbs. I fixed some trains that had no operational supplies. And now I'd have to go and find them again. Oh, man. Because you have to click on this each time. No water, no problem. You're going right into a maintenance station, so quit your belly aching. Again, no water, no problem. Trains can run without water. Just get the crew to spit inside the engine. Some of them are busted up, I just don't know which. Oh my goodness, did I delete the connection to Ratisborn? Must have done that accidentally, but I also must have not cared. Still making bypasses. Maybe it's something else silly, maybe there's a limit on the amount of signals you can have. I'm just trying to suss out in my head why the game crashed. Maybe the game crashes if you ignore the blooping noise for too long. I'd be willing to believe that. You might want to let the bypass join back in on the old track as far away from the city as possible, so trains waiting for a place in the station won't block entry to the bypass. Might. But I won't. Right, Wurzburg. Was that a 16%? There we go. Unthinkable. There we go. Don't mind a bit of bridging at this point. I am filthy rich. If only I could figure out how to print out 163 million Dutch marks for myself out of the game, but sadly game money does not translate into real money. For now. Let's get you linked up here as well. Without bypasses, these city things would get choked up to high hell. Should that bypass go to the west instead of the north? Which bypass? Let's look back up here. Let's see, we have our bypass through Ulm, da-da-da-da-da. We have our bypass through Nuremberg, da-da-da-da-da. Bypassing Wurzburg, da-da-da. Onwards to Frankfurt am Main, which is bypassed. Hey, I don't remember building a bypass in Frankfurt am Main. Oh, it's the one that I just did. Would you still stream with that kind of money? I would stream with any kind of money, because streaming is my hobby. And I could not imagine having so much money that you would abandon your hobbies. The mark of a man is not how much money he has, but the amount of that money that he's willing to invest into his own hobbies. Some people thought when I started working at Paradox that'd be the end of my streaming. But no, turns out my streaming is the end of me working at Paradox. Reminds me of Mixer trying to ban me. Well, I banned Mixer from life. Okay. It's rubbing a little dangerously close to this old segment I had here. I was working on a perfect Hansa layout in the US scenario. I have 2 stations in every city with one rail network running for rural goods to cities and a second rail network running intercity for passengers and manufactured goods. More throughput for trains in each city seems to be going well so far. Well, good job, Rook. Looking back on it, choosing the German region was a big mistake. It's so huge. It's the biggest map by far, with 59 cities instead of the 30 odd that I think the US has. And clearly the game itself has a hard time handling that. Let's see how we're doing. Not quite 100,000 kilometers of rail yet, but it is proceeding forward and it's not crashed again. Let's try and keep it that way. Recht. Well, with that set up, it's time to bring in the RGOs. Now, something that I didn't do here, which I have been doing before, is putting down a second large train station in every city, which would eat the RGOs. And I mean, sure, that's worked out fairly well in some cases. It worked out really well here, I dare say. Good old Innsbruck. 127,000 people living there is an impressive bit of... Uh-oh. Okay, no, nothing. It just crashed. It just straight up crashed. Uh-oh. That's a sizable uh-oh. Just because I want to admire Innsbruck. You got that right, Pandy. This is not good. Despite Brendor saying good morning, Jake and chat, no, it is not good. And it's also not the morning. Come back to me, game. I am suddenly feeling very smug about having just saved. It didn't even give me the sound warning. It just straight up crashed. The levels of perfection of this Hansa cannot be contained by the game engine. Now, make no mistake, I've got a pretty beefy system here. Interestingly enough, all the track that we have just laid is completely independent to the rest of the game, and yet it's causing the crashes. We've had 0 crashes so far, up until now, but this is causing it. This network that has no trains on it and does not connect to anything else. So I worry that the game does some kind of constant checking across all the routes connected or not. Wait, that makes no sense though. The game wasn't even unpaused. All I wanted to do was go and admire Innsbruck, and I will admire it because it's a good-looking city. Oh, right, fountain pens. Oh, we can't get in close. Why did I come over to admire Innsbruck? That's right, I was talking about the layout for this hub. So in this hub, there were dual large stations, but also the use of warehouses. I am not going to use stations on this hub at all. I'm looking at the wrong hub. There we go. Wurzburg, Frankfurt. I am going to do something that I worry a little bit about because I think it's going to be really unpleasantly basic, and I'm going to use warehouses. I'm not even going to use warehouses that have signaling control. I'm going to use just straight up big warehouse, and I will run every RGO to every warehouse, and they will have a dedicated... Now this is something I have not wanted to do at all, but I'm going to do it this time because I think it's important to do new things. Each RGO is going to have a dedicated line in the warehouse to run into. Should be able to link you up there as well. Yeah, that's good. Look at the size difference between, there we go, big warehouse and big warehouse met signaling control. It's night and day. Should be able to stick in quite a lot of big warehouses. We'll see how it works out. It might work out very bad, it might work out very well. It might feel pretty bad. My worry about this is it might feel a bit like I'm painting with numbers. We'll see how it goes. Yes, each warehouse has a limit of 6 goods, but each city has a limit of as many warehouses as you can cram near it. Let's put that to the test. Big warehouse for Stuttgart. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, that one's not in range, but you get the idea. Hopefully you get the idea. I can imagine there are some Germans in chat going, oh, could you run that past me one more time? That was no German accent. So. We have the wheat right here, and Wurzburg is particularly well situated to already start cranking out loads of baked goods for me. However, this manor right here is perfectly situated to go into Worms. Really perfectly situated to go into Worms. And it's a little less fiddly to feed into everywhere else if we refer to the RGO map, because I feel like this grid... That is an awful color to be using, and I'm not even on the right layer. Let's get to a new layer and flamboyant pink it up. Not flamboyant enough, there we go. Yeah, perfect. This wheat, if I had to centralize it, has a long way to go. This wheat, considerably less. Seems like it has much easier access to everything other than these two. And these two already have their own wheat here and here for it. So I'd rather consume this wheat within this hub. Even if this one's set up really well for going into Wurzburg, I think I'll use this one for Worms. Was it Worms? Possibly. So I'll do exactly that. And that's going to start off by it. Well, I suppose I should warehouse everywhere up for now. I'm not so sure about that. Still, Worms. Smack you down there for now. Tell Worms Warehouse, capital H please, to at least accept wheat right now. Now I don't know what the difference between putting a large train station or a big warehouse on these goods are, so I'll just assume that there's none and simply have a large station with signal control. Like so. Why is none of this a good place to build? There you go. Now, that's a nice name, but I'm sure we can do better on it. What are you even? You're grain. Then we're gonna chime in. Here we go. There we go. Get in the Codger King and Queen. Shared ownership of this place. Now, how's this gonna work? Well, you're gonna run into Worm's warehouse right there. Oh, that is unpleasant. Could we have a breakup of this? 18% incline is also unpleasant. That seems alright. Now, this might seem unthinkable, but I'm doing it this way. Certainly would have been unthinkable in the past. Feels like something we would have advanced a long way away from by now, but I would like them to come in and out of here conveyor belt style. Now, I do worry that you wouldn't be able to process the amount of wheat that I'm looking for. You know, maybe you won't. Because you're going to need a lot of wheat. A ton of wheat, even. Out it goes. Out it goes. If it ever has to stop for repairs, it's going to have to wait a long time here. Placing maintenance stations before or after unsignaled control warehouses might reduce the fiddliness. Yeah, you might be onto something with that, although there's not really the space for it here. I don't know how fast it's going to get in and out of there, but I'm going to believe that this can work. Or will I? I might. Yeah, I think that will work quite nicely, but instead of giving this warehouse any kind of maintenance facilities, I'll give it to the manor here. Here we go. Of course, it's certainly going to need some supplies along the way. Here you go. Anybody stopping for supplies is going to slow this down, but my hope is that there'll be enough wheat coming in here to satisfy everything Worms needs, and Worms going to need the most of it, because it's got the glorious pastry company here. Oh, yeah, I didn't hire these guys, did I? Got to keep that promoter there. I want to buff up one of these places. So there we go. And I actually want to just run these goods to warehouse to warehouse. Trouble is, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 different places this can come out at, but I could always build a second station for this and be okay. Or I could just bring them out in the single lines as well, because then reasonably you could meet up to 8. The reason I'm giving you 2 here is because the Worms needs both of those. Alright, I'll believe in that. Stuttgart. Stuttgart needs its grain. That's a long way to go for some grain, man. But go we shall. So, build in big warehouse right here. And have you come around and down to here. Such upbeat music for the occasion. Your name is oh, how do you spell Stuttgart? It's hidden. Hope you there. Stuttgart warehouse. Take all the wheat you could ever need. Now. How do you plan on getting over to Stuttgart? You should be the most outy one there is. I'll believe it. I will definitely believe it. And the thing is, this needs to be doubled up in some way. So we can double up. Placing maintenance... Oh yeah, that's still the maintenance thing. I see you there, Baron. You know, doing Brazil would have been so much less work than this. I'll have to reflect on my mistake by making Germany an option. But let's face it, this thing is entirely consumed by Germans. This content, I mean. So what was a man to do? We're going to need a couple doses of maintenance tower. Sadly, I can't put maintenance towers on these big bridge sections, but I can put one there, for example, and be hunky-dory. So now you'll be able to run and give wheat to there and there, but there are still sadly 4 more places to supply. But we have 4 little doots coming out of here, so we can make do with that, surely. Maybe it's a bad idea to have the kind of signaling station that we have here, but we do have it. Now, big warehouse, big warehouse. That's an ill place for you to go. Can I stam you here? Yeah, I can. It'll be a little tight. And your name is Frankfurt AM. Hold on, now I'm getting an idea. When we were playing Trucking, didn't we have a radio station called Frankfurt AM? AM might have stood for Am-Maim. Didn't consider that, did we? I'm not actually sure if there's an actual Frankfurt in this game, but this'll do. Frankfurt. What a horrible place. Alright, just get yourself over there. Then we get probably my favourite Plinky Plonky tune from this entire game, because it reminds me of Weird Al Yankovic's This Is the Life. He buys a dozen cars when he is in the mood. He hires somebody to chew his food. He's got a million pairs of shoes. This is the life. Okay, Frankfurt's all well and good. We need to get over to Wurzburg as well. Give it its own big old warehouse. You know, there's plenty of spaces for them. The trouble is this massive contour thing here. Could simply have them come in and out like so. If I could just squeeze you in here, which I can. How about that then? And you will be the Wurzburg warehouse. Thanks for the reminder to save. Work in progress is progressing. Max out your grain. Now there's a number of disadvantages to this kind of paint by numbers, draw lines approach, and that means there are going to be a lot more lines, but it should mean that the lines I do have are astronomically simpler than any that we had before. And that should help the game in a lot of new and interesting ways. Oh, this is one very badly placed maintenance station for you. Fortunately, I have solutions. Always have solutions. 3, 3, 3, that'll do. That'll do nicely, actually. I'll worry that you might want to hug a little closer here, though. There you go. I already don't like what I'm doing here. It feels so horribly simplistic. Also, I came out on this on the wrong side for sure. Could we scrunch up a little sooner than that, please? Give these other guys some room to breathe. Yeah, I've really choked them here. Ah well. Regret is for other people. That is also for other people. Putting down putting down service stations before signaling. Big mistake. Don't make it. It means that you have to do a lot more signaling work. Signal first, then supplies. Right. Frankfurt am Main is the more famous city, so every time someone says Frankfurt, they most certainly mean Frankfurt am Main. Why is it so much more famous? I assume that I'm sure there's a bit of superiority and inferiority feeling going on between the Germans in that regard. Okay, Nuremberg, who is already making fruit brandy, which is lovely. By the way, did I buy up the pastry company here? I did not, so I will. Any amount of money is enough money. On you go. Right, Nuremberg. Nuremberg needs its love as well. Just a big old warehouse here. Wondering if I wouldn't benefit from peeling off of the Wurzburg track to come over here. Surely Wurzburg isn't going to be so busy with wheat that it can't afford to go and help out its little brother in Nuremberg. Nuremberg. What is Nuremberg famous for other than the trials? I'm going to branch it off, otherwise I'm going to be making way too many routes here. There's got to be some Germans around here who know and appreciate Nuremberg for something. Not me though, I'm no German. Where's Nuremberg? That's further away than I thought. I am surprised that route works, but it does work, so I'll take it. There we go. When we come into places like Nuremberg, we should be curving off around the side there. 50-minute save warning, I'm true that. I'd hate to save before completing a track though, because if I had to reload the save, I would not remember what I was doing or where the track even was. That's a bad place for supply tower, given anybody trying to come in and out of there is going to make use of it, so let's actually get rid of you and move you down the way a bit. There she goes. Thinking about it, maybe that's not the best place for you either, but there you go. Kind of a shame that you both feed into this one. You're going to be pumping out a lot of them, but there you go. It'll be okay. The last place that I need to do up is Ulm. Ulm, here is your big old warehouse. Your positioning is really tight, because no matter how you cut it, you can't have to deal with this big old load of incline. Now I suppose I could bring you over to somewhere like here. Get a bit more flexibility with that. Thankfully I know how to spell Ulm. But what's our best way to get to Ulm? I could branch off of this one. Seems kind of useful to do so. Yeah, I mean Stuttgart isn't going to need that much grain, I'm sure. So if we simply branch off of here. That's a hideous amount of incline. I'm actually going to bring this down so it's not quite so problematic. And then... yeesh. Oh, getting into Ulm is an unpleasant deal. Right. Need to make it so that we give plenty of spaces for other people to get into Ulm. Well, the game agrees. Early on in the game, I would have never dreamed of spending so much money on a single wheat track, but we make so much money off of the rest of the Hansa. Don't forget to actually do it. Actually do what? You mean save? Because I guess I did forget to do that. Wait, didn't I save? I thought I saved. But then I think many things, and many of them are wrong. There we go. You were waiting to complete the signal and... okay, well, there you go. Last saved 7 minutes ago. There we go. Alright, now all of them have access to wheat. And it's already looking like a a load of spaghetti here, but it's actually a lot less spaghetti-like than the other tracks were because it's just 1-to-1 on these. Still, they've all got their wheat, and that's a good enough place to start. What else do they need? They need their vegetables. We own these veggies, and they're maxed out, so it's just becoming a case of bring these veggies to people. And again, no reason not to slam them into people's warehouses. And even if one warehouse gets full, we can always just erect more of them. And we can come into various ends of a warehouse as well. Although I think I will only give one warehouse 4 different goods so that I can make use of 1 track per good. It just seems a lot better, a lot more, yeah, better that way. Better is not a good word here. What am I trying to say? It's more sterile that way, I suppose? This is actually a good place for you to come out. Let's go with that. Working on a 6-city place is never that pleasant. Clean, organized. Ah, see, I knew Marvin would know what I'm trying to say. He has all the words for that. Clean, organized, efficient, correct. Ooh, that is very incorrect, though. I'm not even sure it can manage this sort of affair. Can't we just go up and over here? Seems a lot more... Oh, dear lord. Okay, there we go, there we go. That's a lot better. So a very quick and easy way to get those veggies in there. I imagine many of the other veggies would come out of this end. Efficient is not a word I would use. Actually, Modo, I think there's a lot of efficiency to be found in this design. Oh, it does not like to catch onto that very well. There we go, though. None of the trains are going to get caught up in any kind of signaling here, because there's a single track for them to follow. I definitely hooked you around on the wrong side there, but that shouldn't be an issue. Tate shouldn't need to flow out the rear end so much here. I guess I could take one other one out the rear to plug into Ulm back here. And actually, that's probably a good way to do it. Not much space for supplies. Almost all of that track is bridge. Yes, but almost isn't all of it. There you go. All the supplies they could want right there. Let's bring these veggies over to Ulm then. Ah, I've lost sight of the veggies. Here are the veggies. I'll just park them out of this way. It's no big deal if I... Well, you know what? A way that I never normally build is this way. And let's do it for once. Plug them in like so. And then I just need to alter the track a little bit. Preferably in a way that does not result in 20% incline for anybody. Of course, I want you to snap off the side immediately so that you don't perturb other people that want to enter Ulm from the back. Oh, but I should also make sure you're not sharing a track there, so go into that part. This means when I set up the trains, I'm going to have to be a little bit of a pain to them, telling them exactly where they're allowed to go in terms of which track to enter on. But that's okay, they can handle it. Nuremberg cannot handle this, however, but we can just pull this a lot tighter, no doubt. Oh, that 20% is concerning. Can we not take a higher route here? Something everyone can appreciate? You can't go over these sorts of places, but I can go over lots of things. Something like so. Just how high can we make something like that? Well, I think we have a winner right there. Stick it in a slalom. Slalom. Not a word I wanted to hear ever again. That driver tutorial really scarred me. But what scars me even more is just thinking how miserable the kids, especially the well, even the kids that don't know English. I didn't know what a slalom was playing that game when I was as old as I was playing that game. So imagining kids picking that game up, trying to figure out how to slalom their way through the tutorial. I feel like I can feel the misery that they felt, and it's a tough one. Alright, time for supplies. It's always time for supplies. I'm being a lot more generous with supply towers this time around, probably because I don't like being constantly harped on to about how grim the supply situation is. Also, that was the wrong track to put it onto. Called a shalom in many languages. That might be one of the few words they do get. Alright, there we go. The veggies go to Ulm, the veggies go to Nuremberg. Now they just gotta go to everywhere else. And peel them off into Wurzburg warehouse as well. I haven't been setting these warehouses to accept veggies, have I? That's something you gotta do. If you don't tell them to accept the good, the train will just go, oh, can't take anything to my destination. I wonder if there's a quick reset button on the trains. Right, Wurzburg warehouse, you're about to accept this as well. Okay, thank goodness the game is running smoothly again. If it crashed a third time, generally any game that crashes on me 3 times in a row, there's only so much I can put up with, and that's about the limit of it, but thankfully the game is being rather nice here. This is less nice though. I have put this in a disastrous location which I cannot get into. Oh boy, that's bad. That is particularly bad. I'm gonna have to take the front route into this warehouse. Not what I was hoping to do, but there we go. That should be okay, but it's gonna limit how much I can fit into this warehouse. Quite a lot. Can we not take another route here? Maybe a higher up route? And then it doesn't like having any of that, really. Can I bring you down then? Whoa, not down that much. I think I'm making a bad situation worse, to be honest, but... Oh dear, I'm definitely making a bad situation worse. I think Tyrion would shudder, considering how to take that approach. And to be honest, I am kind of as well. But let's put it down anyway. Oh god, I didn't even consider the rest of the track. Oh well. Oh boy, I'm gonna wish I did. The things I do to get my tatties into Wurzburg. That was the wrong way. I mean, I guess it's not the end of the world if one of my train lines don't go the correct way, but the Queen would be on the dog and bone to me in no time about it, so I can't be having that. Okay, fortunately, that was able to be fixed up, no problem. Should feed you to our corgis. Alright, there we go. Sorted. Now Wurzburg can get its tatties. Who else needs their tatties? Frankfurt am Main does. Its warehouse is right there. I could plug into its backside. Might not be the worst idea to branch off of you for that. But it also might not be the best idea. Things are already looking a bit grim around here. Oh, I didn't plug you back in on yourself here, did I? No. No, I did not. And I'm probably going to want you to plug back in on here. Because these veggies have got to go out to the wider world. What have I done? What have I done? You're the problem. If I simply remove you, suddenly things work. Okay. Okay. And then we go. Much better. The train is not going out. I was thinking that. Did look like a poisonous snake there. Oh! Spotted a train that's trying to get to Wurzburg. Off you trot. Where am I looking for? Back to Wurzburg. Okay. Tates to Frankfurt. I think it's been almost another 7 minutes since I saved. 11 minutes, jings. Right, Tates to Frankfurt. I can't get over the game not facilitating main bus design. Makes me sad, says Modo. That's why you should play something like Factorio. Hate to say it, but this game's a bit more casual. Right, the Tates need to make their way up to Frankfurt. Do I give them their own dedicated thing? I could give a dedicated line that actually spits out to Worms warehouse. And I could actually give Worms a secondary warehouse on this side of Worms. Now, how and what you get is up to you. Well, I say that, but it's up to me. I'm just saying that so I can feel better about my choices. Should also make sure that people can get maintained back at the RGO. I have a habit of forgetting to do that. Not for you, though. I've taken care of you. Also, that is crazy, that. 28 per week? No, it's not per week, it's per month. It just says per week for some reason. And it stores 126 units of grain for everybody. I think there's a file size limit, check at the top right when you save. Okay, but I'm nowhere near that file size limit. Thankfully. Not even halfway there. Well, actually, I'm a little bit over halfway there. The game puts a lot of limitations on one. Are over the half the hubs done? No. No, but I could always delete a lot of old... Actually, we're halfway there now. Since we're halfway through building the 6th hub, and there are 11 hubs to build, yes, we are halfway. Alright, get your veggies in here. And get your veggies in there. Let's plug them in some way, somehow. I think I'll use 2 of these for it then. So I can have something of a main route coming up. Where am I trying to put it? I'm trying to put it here so it can branch off into Frankfurt and Friends. So let's somehow make our way over here. And then up and around. Shalom our way around if we shall. And then plug you into the backside of Frankfurt. Why do you not like that? Because you're trying to go over something that you should be going under, or you're not taking it like this. That's better. Considerably better. And generous guy that I am, I'll give you two laps coming out of here. Now, whether or not that helps, I actually don't know. I'm sure it'll help, though. Get yourself all the way into here. Connect yourself like so. Signal yourself like so. But also branch yourself up around here to get into Worms Warehouse 2. Which, given the way things are, we should plug into the outie point of Worms Warehouse. Hope it's not bothering Germans the way I say worms. The Germans seem the least bothered about the way I say things, apart from, oh, what was that Germanic city called? I forget its name. I think I'm hurting myself more by doing this. Can we make this work? Well, I dare say that works very well. In we go to Worms Warehouse 2 and Frankfurt AM Warehouse, with all the veggies they could ever want. With correct signaling, although this part seems oddly devoid of signal. Anybody coming this way has a long way to wait on that signal. That doesn't seem right. But it's probably for the better, otherwise somebody would get stuck there and clog up the whole signal station, or signaling area. Captain Trips is pointing out there are 44 years left. Well, the game actually runs on for as long as you want it to run, so not really. Disappointing as I'm sure that is for some people. Let's get you signaled up. Yeah, quite a lot of the areas, because I hate being reminded that my signals are insufficient. Also, this veggie estate needs itself a good name, perhaps even a great name. I'll give it a great name. There we go. Jake's very own Swedes. Take those off of my used name list there. Alright, the only other place needing its veggies is Stuttgart Warehouse, which should be an easy track down here to... Well, that's on this side. What if we put another warehouse on the other side? The nice thing about warehouses is that I can slam down as many or as few as I like. Now I really feel like I'm Bob Ross talking about his fluffy clouds or his trees or his bushes and whatnot. Stuttgart Warehouse 2. Oh, I misspelt Stuttgart. There's a D in there somewhere. Now this one's going to accept the veggies, as many as it can handle. Did I say that to the other place as well? Worms has them. Great. Yeah, there's our happy little warehouse. Just scrape it off on the canvas. That stuff is tough. They build tents out of it. Right, I'm gonna need this coming out on that side. Is that so? There we go. When in doubt, just go over. So we've got a track there, and there, and there, and here. So we've piled it 4 high. I wonder if we can get a 5th. I have a slight problem with this though, and I'm going to delete this part of it to show how problemed I am by it. Because I actually want you coming out on this side. Have you linked up down to there. Get that stretch going. And then I actually want to delete this part and just plug you in as directly as you can. And have you plug in directly like so. Not sure they like that very much, but as long as it works. A for aces. Oh, right, I didn't complete the actual track. Where is this even meant to go? Memory, help. Worms? We trying to go to Worms? No, we done Worms. Stuttgart, that sounds about right. Stuttgart, let's go. Am I on the wrong side of this? I am on the wrong side of this. I think I reversed it for no good reason. I did. I'm quite certain that I did. Whoops. Oh well. Signal's even actually going to work here? Oh well. I'll be damned, they do. Has to get all the way here before it counts that as a valid signal, though. Not happy about that. That should be fine. That looks fine to me. I believe the issue is that the game always tries to recalculate goods between cities and RGOs. More connections, more calculations. Without completion until the AI gets a chance to work it out. Well, let me think. The 2 times it crashed didn't make any sense to that. It crashed once when I was in the middle of building a line. And before I tempt fate, I'm going to make a save. It crashed once when I was trying to make a line, just something simple like that. I remember, well, not that, although that looked pretty cool. Oh, hell yes. Well, that is very cool. Crashed once when I did that, and it crashed once when I was trying to admire Innsbruck. And I do admire Innsbruck, but it's doing it just fine now. Which is the worst kind of crash, especially given all my time in QA. A crash that you can reproduce, fantastic, not even a problem. Crash that you cannot, biggest problem there is. Good idea to save before discussing crashes, the irony would be unbearable. Irony is not coincidence. Okay, veggies are plugged in, wheat is plugged in. What else are we going to plug in? The piggies, of course. Now, where did I say we're getting our piggies from? Paint, help me out. That's right, I gerrymandered the north to bring in Shaloui's pigs down here. And Shaloui's pigs are going to plug into probably Wurzburg. It's not well situated for it, but what I can do is I can buy the sauerkraut facilities, tear down the sauerkraut facilities at personal expense, and build a sausage maker. Build my sausage maker right there. And then I will expand my sausage making endeavors. There we go. I do like the fact that they actually grow on the map there the more you big them up. In fact, in terms of systems, this game is very, very good. I guess systems has nothing to do with how it looks there, but when I was looking at how it looked, I did find myself admiring the systems of it all. Because I was thinking about the limitation of how large these things can get based on the size of the city. It all plays into itself very well. It seems quite robust against exploitation. Not that you should ever care about how people exploit in a single-player game. This is a waste of everyone's time. Let's cut this off. Hope there's no trains getting in the way here. Yeah, you're Shaloui's pigs to Weimar. Away you go. Shaloui's pigs, it's time for your biggest upgrade ever. Wait, is there a train there? I swear I clicked on a plane. Yeah, there you go. Out you go. Alright, back to Shaloui's pigs. Where was he? Seems more stable with regular saving. Well, the thing is, the game was stable for like 80 hours before, and it's just now that it's decided to start kicking the bucket. Although I think that's because just the sheer size of our network is growing unreasonably large. Here he is. I was looking for Shaloui's wee piggies. To think it's lasted for so long with such a tiny little station. A station with a maintenance station, granted, but away you go. And let's have you grow big and strong. Your very own large train station with signaling control, such that you can flow into Wurzburg like nobody's business. Let's go. Nice name, Imhoff Fattening, but... We had Shaloui as a pet Arctic wolf in our RimWorld campaign for a long time, and I played that save for even longer off-stream. And Shaloui is still alive and well. Shaloui's got no nose, but they're still doing great. Now, this one's a little more awkward, aren't you? I'm probably going to need to just make a double dedicated line down to here and hope that you don't choke Actually, to prevent the choking, I should give you a maintenance station along the way. I don't often do this for RGOs coming through, but given the scale of piggies that I need to come through, it just seems prudent to allow the trains to stop and refuel here without choking up the main line. If I just had regular thingamajiggers, yeah, those, then we'd have a bit of an issue, wouldn't we? I also amn't too happy about you not having a better way of dealing with this. I'm actually going to give you a big warehouse with signaling control so that I can feed in just as many piggies as I want here. I'm going to shove you down and around here so that you could reasonably flex into here with something. And you're going to be Wurzburg. Oh, caps lock. Wurzburg, Warehouse 2. Largely focused on the piggies. You're also going to be the only place in this entire hub that accepts these piggies. There we go. Now they can have all the areas here that they want, and they'll get fixed up at the maintenance station without clogging anything up. Although it's a little tempting to put a maintenance station on here, because I tend to do it for all RGOs. And as long as I signal this one up... Wait, I didn't put in both the lines here. My mistake. Jake is greater than sleep, says Moss Morris. Now I love sleep, so I could not agree with that assessment. But to each their own. That was the wrong way to do you. Fortunately, a very, very simple thing. Fixing that. That's the right way. Alright, Wurzburg should have no problem accepting every piggy from Shalui's piglets. In they go, and that will feed all of this hub with leather and sausages. I don't really want pastries coming out of here. I think we're going to buy you before you become too expensive by growing even more. Great. So the pigs flow, the wheat flow, the veggies flow. The meat will flow around all of these places. What comes next? Well, honestly, other than wood, that kind of fills all the early needs. Which tells us we should probably do wood, which tells me, find the wood. Where is the wood? We do have wood here, right? Oh, thank goodness. I was going to worry if there was no access to wood in this hub, but there is. And I'm staring right at it. There we go. It's max level, and its relatively centralized position should make it a trivial matter of plugging into all of our warehouses. So let's get on it. Large train station, signaling control, point it right up like so. Need a better name for this. Who's got a wooding name? Ah, here we go. We can call this one MTSC2 Chopping. Give it its maintenance building already. You know, Dennis, this is very low on the spaghetti, comparatively. I think I'll plug myself in another warehouse, because I can fit one in right here. Oddly enough, it fits in better there. And this is going to be Ulm Warehouse 2. How did I caps lock all of Ulm there? Because I have caps lock on again, that's how. Take in all the wood that you can stomach. Just get yourself right up there. Can we slide ourselves on the side here? Looks like we can. Expertly done, Jake. Come on, someone has to say it. Why can't that someone be me? Which direction's this going? The wrong direction. There we go. Do it the Queen's way or don't do it at all. It's got a long segment underground, but I don't think Ulm is going to be so hungry for wood that becomes a problem. Well, it might actually. What if Ulm ends up using wood massively? Ulm could be where I make my papers and newspapers quite easily. Well, I didn't consider that now, did I? No, no, I did not. But, how about we have 2 dedicated areas for Ulm to get its wood? Yeah, I like the sound of that quite a lot, actually. Now, the game's not going to like this because of how I'm plugging it in here, but I can make it like it. Oh, I don't like that, though. Bring it down. No. Doesn't really like going in so deep, probably because it's colliding with an existing bit of underground track there. But if we just take you up enough, then it's no longer a collision check. And all I need to do is bring you further down here and not make this a ridiculous incline. 19% is still rather redunculous. That should be okay. Just trying to get 2 lots of wood shoved into the Ulm warehouse. There we go. It would make sense for Ulm to make steel, black steel to be precise. Very much so, but we do not have access to iron within this hub. Make sure that you get all of these supplies that you so desire along the way, and I shouldn't be pestered about missing any such supplies along there. Groovy. Excellent. Well then, Ulm, I'm gonna pre-prep you by buying up your existing industry, demolishing your existing industry, and replacing it with a paper mill. Not with publishing. Why is publishing listed before paper mill? I will never know, but there you go. And I can big it up just a little bit. God, those costs are outrageous because I'm playing as the doctor here. Alright, just like that, Ulm's got access to its wood. And now Stuttgart needs access to its wood. NTSC2 chopping coming straight out and into there. Making the trains for this is going to be a tricky one. Let's see, you're already taking up one of those. I could slam my way into here. Seems like a lot of work for little gain though. Can we not make this a bit tighter? Like a lot tighter? No, the game seems to like this. And to be honest, I don't mind this, so let's go for it. Ah yeah. Shalom our way in. The costs are outrageous, he says, as 137 million marks sits on his dragon horde. I agree. My horde could be more dragonic. Let's make it huge. Yoink. Yeah, I feel better already. Forget owning the bank, I own Europe at this point. Can't have that dragon horde without pinching the pennies. I'm certain you can, but I won't. There she goes, that brings the wood into Stuttgart. Okay, okay. Got the chopping coming in. Give it the supply towers they so badly deserve. And consider now getting the chopping up to Worms, Wurzburg, and Frankfurt, and Nuremberg. Yeah, because I've only linked it up to 2 places. Whoopsie doodle. Right. Well, the place that I have coming out here could easily branch up into Worms Warehouse with minimal effort. Specifically this Worms Warehouse. So, how would I branch you off? Would I branch you off here or here? Seems a bit of a waste to bend there and only to bend back up here. But branching off of this, I can already see the problems. Well, let's just embrace the problems. Sadly, I can't bring it over with that. like that. Okay, I'll have to just bring you across here. And however we cut it, we need you to enter Worms from this end, s'il vous plaît. Well, I'll be damned, they can do it. Oh my days, they can do it. Perhaps just because one can doesn't mean one should. But that is a compellingly beautiful bridge. I can't resist it. It looks too good. I've lost sight of where I was. Right, you split off of here. That's you coming along. Oh, like a lovely little area there for supplies as well. Could probably also supply them up top there. Let's have you join back in. It's an appropriate location whilst maintaining a professional distance. There we go. Oh god, the game is not feeling good. Oh, that was big. That was a bit of a mistake. Gotta get rid of it. Uh-oh, I got rid of it all. It's okay though, it still connects back in. No harm, no fuss. No harm, no fuss. Oh, she doesn't like that. What's your problem? Ah, crumbs. It was happy before and now it's not. That's weird. Normally these things are only too happy to do that kind of bidding. What if I force you back in and force you back out? Okay, suddenly it's a lot happier. Good. Good. Destination remains unchanged. We go into Worms warehouse. A little tricky connecting you up with this because the game wants to lock onto the higher bridge there. But that should suffice. There we go. Now, all that mistake was made because I failed to give this one the correct signaling. There we go. Worms, make sure that you accept the wood. Max it out, because there's no reason not to that I can think of. Jake, it's save a clock. Amen to that. There we go. Alright, so the choppers make it up now to Worms. And they have 3 branches off to make their way up to Frankfurt and Friends. Now I could branch off again over into Frankfurt here. Well, before I do that, I should make sure that there's a nicely situated supply tower. Can I please get it up here? Oh, that is nice. What a horrible place to fill up on water with that kind of incline. Fill up on anything, really. Just as well I can do it there because I can't do it elsewhere. I'm sure that'll make anybody happy. Those tracks are stuff of nightmares, says Aetius. Well, we'll be sure to take a ride on it once the trains are activated. I'm actually looking forward to setting up the train lines on this and getting it going. I might actually do it before we set up all the other things. Once they have the baseline, that'll be enough to keep them going at least up until fruit o'clock. Looking at it here. Yeah, fruit and brandy, someone's going to need those, but the basics. Once everybody has the wood and probably the wool, oh, and I should set up the beer as well, then I'll probably unpause and just admire it for a bit. Put it this way, Cinch would be proud of this network. I don't know who or what Cinch is, but I'm proud of this, so maybe I'm Cinch. Frankfurt warehouse, all the northerners need their wood here. MTSC is going to have to provide. Where's the best warehouse for Frankfurt? It's got one right here. I could plug it in there, no problem. Or there, no problem. Probably that side's the better one. Don't feel married to that track. Branch off if you feel you need to. And then make your way up to Frankfurt AM warehouse there. I disagree entirely with your approach to that. Make it tighter, much tighter. Yeah. Oh, that is a lot of bridging. But it is a successful route, so I'll take it. Which way does it plug in? I can make this work. I feel like I've learned a lot about designing railway lines in this playthrough. I think it's been good for me. If I come back to playing something like Open... what is it again? Open TTC? Bet I could just go and crush the whole thing. Right, there's a problem with you. You just don't work out the way we need you to. Oh, Crivens, what was the problem? Why is this a problem? I mean, aside from blocking the route below with a giant piece of brick wally thing right there, what's the problem? And could we make it a not problem? Yes and no, but mostly no. How about... Oh boy, there's a lot to not like about this route. What happened to sticking close to your pal here? This is hideous. And you are the main problem. There we go. Hideousness averted. They still link up together whether we like it or not. So let's signal and signal some more. And Frankfurt AM warehouse gets its wood. Nice. Okay, Wurzburg should be relatively simple after all that. Oh, and although I gave it that, it still needs its supplies. Supplies at that point should cover pretty much everything. Give it some more there just in case. I could branch off of here into Wurzburg warehouse. Not a lot of space coming to Wurzburg on that side, but it's going to have to be used one way or another. This is becoming worrisome. I'm choking that. I shouldn't build over that anymore. So it might be better just to make a straight line into here. Can I fit a warehouse here that connects up with Wurzburg? I cannot, but I can put one here. Can put one here. So the birth of Wurzburg Warehouse 2, which opens up with accepting all the wood, might be a promising solution. Has to go under a lot of stuff here, but I'm sure the train tracks will suffice. But just find a way into there, we'll sort out the rest. This maintenance station's a grim prospect, but if you just go under, be amazed at what you can get. Given this only needs to send wood to Wurzburg, such a long area of no signaling might not be the worst thing in the world. But let's imagine, if we will, that we can avert these... You're the problem. Go away. Yes, that was certainly the problem. Almost good enough. Fantastically good enough. Can we make you a little deeper? Oh, I like it. I really like it. And give me more of that. Oh, you're not meant to plug in there. Get you over there. Plug in like so. Let's imagine we can triple and quadruple level the rails when ready. Quadruple what them? There we go, and we go to Wurzburg Warehouse. I should make sure that the MTSC's shopping has its own maintenance. It does. And all that remains is to plug you into Nuremberg. Then plug in the... Wait, is that our wool? Is it next to the milk? It is. Alright, so the Double J fluff is to be connected. The trouble with Double J's fluff is that I'm quite certain it's supplying others right now. It's only supplying you, and it's not supplying you anymore. We'll hijack Double J's fluff once we plug in the wood. This is certainly taking longer than a normal hub, but it's also a lot more deliberate in a lot of ways. Feels weird seeing Jake's Swedes on the map there. Let's plug the wood into here and see how we can sort it. Oh, no sorting required. In we go. On it like a car bonnet. Although I think that exhausts my options with this warehouse because it's accepting it from all sides. Oh no, we got a little bit there where we can still squeeze into Nuremberg's warehouse. Max out the wood. Give them signals. I feel like I didn't give supply on the last thing I signaled. But I'll give supply to you. I was hoping I could put a supply station above that little hump. Did I supply station any of this? I'm not sure, but I'll give you one there. I'll give you one here as well. That's how generous we are. Normal hub takes about 3 hours, we still have some time. And also consider that I lost half an hour on the crash. Yeah, maybe we are doing okay. Okay, Double J's fluff. Let's steal his name. Demolish everything he's accomplished thus far. Let's also admire the place. It's level 3 and it hasn't been owned by me, so it's done well for something that hasn't even been owned by me. In fact, it's made 1.6 million marks. That's about as much as a single standard train line of mine makes. And I have 600 rail lines running. And there's Beirut again. Gotta remember there's milk there too. Recht. From here you've got a lot of places to plug into, and you're a bit of an extreme end here, aren't you? Well, let's not worry, let's just do. In you go. Give you your name back. Defa says, does Jake have even a single line that has more than 2 stations? No, and I don't see any reason why you would have more than two stations in a single line. I mean, sure, you could take one thing to one place, and when you go to that place, you load up on things to take to a third position, but why would you ever do that? It doesn't make any sense. Just complicating matters in order to not really win out with it at all. Now, I could shove you into Nuremberg Warehouse, that seems like a waste. I should just build myself a standard big old warehouse. And give you the... Oh wait, no, I can just copy names here, can't I? Let's just copy. And pasty. Sadly, it doesn't get the number pad enter key for that. And we are taking in the wool now, so... This is as standard as it gets for a line. In you go. Actually, I think I'd rather we come out the back side of Double J's fluff here, just to open up the front end for more. Now I know that Beirut isn't going to like that, but there's a lot of things Beirut isn't going to like. Let's just make it a really uncomfortably tight turn for you. I mean, heck, I can even have you join up at that point. Except I can't. What the blazes? Why would this be a problem? Oh, okay, if it's that unpleasant to your game, I'll snap you out like that. It's a bit of a distance to have a backlog here, but let's face it, it's wool going into Nuremberg. Then again, Nuremberg... No, Nuremberg won't make clothes. Wurzburg is going to make clothes, because it already makes the leather. And that makes it an ideal place to plug into Wurzburg Warehouse 2. Ooh, delightful. And I can do that out the backside as well, leaving all the front end for the other Germans. Excellent. Very excellent. It's so excellent that I'm actually going to build it a maintenance station between them. You're already plugging on that end. If I wanted to plug you in this side, I feel like I'm causing myself problems down the line for this grain place. But I'm all about causing myself problems. Let's just slam you down there and forget about it. Be sure to save so that bit isn't lost to a crash. Right, one way or another, we're going to be losing stuff to crashes. But I want to finish a line before I do any kind of saving. Did I give this supply? No, and it's gonna moan if it doesn't get it. Oh, it's gone a lovely long period without crashing, which is promising. Because if the game did end up entering Crash City, I don't know what I'd do. I've invested so much into it, but I really do not tend to stick with games that just keep crashing on me. That said though, now that I've finished that, let's save up here. Jinx went a scary 17 minutes without a save. If I'd done all this without saving and it crashed now, I would just, no questions asked, that would be that. I could not bear to go back and redo all of this. Let's make sure this warehouse actually takes the fluff. Max it out. Okay, great. Wool's a base ingredient that everybody needs. Raw. So I need to get it over to Frankfurt am Main, which is really lacking the warehouse. It only has this one warehouse that's in a particularly awkward position. So I would quite like to, truthfully, branch off to a warehouse up top, which should be easy enough to do. Just give it another big warehouse. Hopefully I can squeeze one here. Oh, not even squeezing. Bags of space for it. And I can even copy this name across. Fate fully tempted. Well, I've saved now, haven't I? So bring it on, game. Look, I'm even going to dance my way over to the cursed city of Innsbruck. Well, that was something. Look, when you see fate, you have to tempt it, and sometimes that'll kick you right in the teeth. Oh, for people that have only joined recently and missed that, this game has a strange sound effect that happens every now and then. Sounds like a horrible alarm, and we tempted fate enough to eat that alarm. I'm actually gonna come out of here and plug myself up to Frankfurt AM. There we go. Restart the game, Jake. Don't ignore it. Compelling. That's a lot of underground. It should be fine doing that. Roll the dice. What's the worst that could happen? No, I'm not wanting to throw anything here, so I shall save as soon as I'm done with this line. Actually, I won't just save, I'll restart. It does seem way too dicey to hold off on that. Alright, Frankfurt, make sure that you take the fluffy stuffy. The reason I'm not restarting immediately is because I can and will forget what I'm actually doing here. Now that goes to a maintenance station, shouldn't need any additional supplies. And it gets all the double J fluff it could need. Shouldn't even cause any choking because it gets separated here at this shed. Okay, great. Save, save, save. Go back to main menu. Is it still making its whoop whoop noise back at the main menu though? Let's find out. Don't panic if you suddenly hear an alarm. They're not coming for you. Oh, the game just crashed at main menu. Okay, that's another way to do it. Alright, well, back comes the game again. And this is just on the 6th hub. I can only imagine that each additional hub is... what's the word when something grows exponentially? Exponentially adding to the problems. Alright, back in we go. What a disaster, says Avenue, yeah. We don't know what the sound is. Maybe somebody knows. Maybe the devs know. They're still developing this game. Still making DLC for it. Somebody has added that sound effect into the game, and they've added it to overwrite all other sound effects. Even if you disable in-game sound, that alarm will still play. The only way to disable it is to disable the game's sound through Windows audio manager thing. I forget what it's called. What are you called? Volume mixer, or whatever other volume mixing thing you have on a systems level. Okay, let's reactivate that thinking. The double fluff goes up to Frankfurt, straight into Wurzburg, which I really want to give a clothing industry to. Do you take grain for making pastries? No, I kind of killed that away. But I'm not going to give you clothing industry just yet. Or will I? They do want clothes, but they also want pastries. They eat too many pastries. I bought this with the intention of tearing it down. I think I will tear it down. Expensive though that may be. Bye bye bakery. Hello clothes. We might have had a lot of nudity in the Perfect Hansa Patrician Fort, but I will not be tolerating nudity in Germany. There we go. Cover up your Gespanken with these lederhosen. Now the fluff. Down to Ulm with the fluff. And I could actually pull the fluff into this warehouse right there with little problem. Oh, right. Where'd the screen go? There we go. Whew. Thanks for pinging me about the screen being black. Don't know what I'd do without it. Had to recapture it after the game went down there. We're coming in here. Oh, that's an interesting line. That's a lot of going aerial. But if you fit into Ulm, if the shoe fits. Great stream there. Perhaps the best. Why don't you like that? Of all things to be getting in our way, you can't actually build over any building or structure. Can't put supply tower under that, but I can squeeze it to almost the same place it was, just moved away a bit. I don't even think it's a height issue, it's just a game doesn't like things going over other things issue. Signaler up. And then Double J's fluff can come out this way too. I did give you maintenance, right? Of course I did. Although you will most certainly need supplies along your way, so here you go. Okay. Is this even the fluff? No, this isn't even the fluff. The fluff comes in through here. Oh, that was the fluff. Okay. I'd be happier if I could shove the supply a little bit closer to that edge, but otherwise it's just a whole lot of... Oh. Ah, there we go. Not an ideal place for it, but it'll do. And that just leaves Stuttgart and Worms in desperate need of some fluff. What a bleeding load of spaghetti this is. And yet, It's the most organized spaghetti out of all of our hubs, because everywhere just has a single destination to go. Largely, there are almost no shared tracks going on. Worms Warehouse 2 seems better suited for bringing in the fluff. In fact, I could branch off of Frankfurt AM's one, but I don't want to do that for various reasons. Not least of all that it's already sharing the fluff that goes into Wurzburg, and Wurzburg needs a lot of it. I'm calling it fluff, but it's wool, just because it's coming out of Double J's fluff. Out we come, over here, into the fluff. It's going to be a little awkward, but that's alright, many of these things are. Let's come out from this way, plug it directly into Double J's fluff, and just see what we can get out of that. Something very unpleasant, that's for sure. I don't need to worry about Jake's Swedes, because I already have them. Why does it not like this route? What's getting in the way of this? Ah, the existence of this already being here, which is why we should take an aerial route. A more aerial route. An even more aerial route? Kinda ruining this, I'm ruining my Swedes here. That's kinda cool, I haven't looked at it this way, have we? It's not valid yet, though, because of you. I could go over. I could certainly go over instead of going under here. Still go over? I am baffled that that is valid, but it is. You're going to be a difficult one to plug in, I can feel that, but plug you in I shall. Oh, 19% incline, this is a hideous one. Don't know why it's trying to go under all of this. Okay, that is honestly sickening, but we're making it. I love how the farm still operates on horse-drawn carriages and manual labour while surrounded by all these fancy railways. Well, the farm itself, I doubt, is going to have its own dedicated little train to run its wee veggies around. Especially not one of my farms, god no. Alright, can we plug you in? That's the question. Oh, well, this is going to be a little bit awkward. Alright, can I plug you in like so, but drag you back enough? No, because it's not going to count that as a valid tuck me in area. How about, getting a little crazy here, we plug you into here, have your destination be down there on the ground, and then plugged into here. It's because it snaps onto these end parts too easily that's not liking that, but I know it's not going to like that at all. There is the option to cross over at this juncture. What in God's name have I done here? That leaves this entire area void of trains for a wee while. But I'm not too fussed about the length of time that's going to take, because it shouldn't need so much fluff that that becomes an issue. It's disappointing, sure, but we'll handle it. That is hideous, but oh well. Once you take the fluff. And that just leaves... Whoa. Ulm needs to be told to take in the fluff. Is there anywhere else I haven't plugged into Double J's fluff yet? Plugged you into Worms. Plugged you into Ulm. I guess it's just Stuttgart then. Stuttgart. I could just run you right over all this. Hey, I think we've broken 100,000. Yeah, 100,000 kilometers and still going strong of train line across Germany. I worry greatly about what's going to happen when I unpause with all this going on. The game's going to have a few choice words with me, I think. Hopefully those words are congratulations on making such a robust railway network, Jake. You've really outdone yourself. But I might be dreaming on that. Can we plug you in here? With perhaps a more reasonable curve in? Almost. Let's just go under MTSC2's shopping district. And if I can just find a way over all this, we're Gucci. How far up can one man go? The answer is very. Well, there's a lot not to like about this. But we do it anyway. Okay, swell. The rail might be robust enough, but what about the bridge? Nothing wrong with my bridges. Where's this one meant to be going again? Ah, yeah. Carries along across the MTSC2 shopping. I love this tune as well. Well, love puts it a bit strongly, but I certainly like it. How tightly can I do you? Very tightly, excellent. Feel like I've been neglecting my supply towers lately. Here's one, here's one. I could put one all the way back here. There we go. Alright, do I have anything else that I reasonably need to link up at this point? The answer is yes. I mean, yeah, milk and fruit should definitely be hooked up. In fact, I shouldn't skimp on that. We'll hook up the milk and fruit. But I'm also thinking about these hops. I can't get into Wurzburg, because Wurzburg's going to be making... Oh no, I could. That leather isn't necessarily needed for anything else, I think. Could make furniture in Wurzburg. Let's not pass that opportunity up. Worms is already making us that. I should throw it into Wurzburg and make beer here. The need for hops is just too dire. And with that warehouse, well, no, it's going to need a dedicated big warehouse with signaling control. Actually, just a regular warehouse with signaling control. But if you're going to go that, you might as well go big. Question is, how can I plug you into Wurzburg? And the answer is like so. That's not good. I could just have a big warehouse that plugs in nice and easily like so, but oh, I've made so many lines that just plugging in nice and easily ain't so easy. You only signaled one direction. I did. On what? On where? On the last... Yeah, I can't remember what my last track was. I think I was bringing fluff to somewhere, so which of these fluffies only has one direction? Two directions, two directions, two directions, two directions, two directions. What are you talking about, JJJ? You and your fluff. That looks fine to me. Oh, but you know what else would look fine? Saving. JJJ just says, I am blind. Spent a bit too much time with those sheep, I think. You know, enough of that will turn you blind. Right, how in the dickens do I get you over to here with minimal effort and maximum everything else? I actually wonder if I could reasonably get this to work. Whoa, I'm not so confident in it now, am I? Wurzburg being on that water is giving me a rough time. But I would want a big one so I could signal control it. I suppose I don't strictly need to. I mean, I could big warehouse this. And large train station with mid... Oh, jeez, this is a problem I've cooked up for myself. No easy way to get these out into that warehouse. However, no easy way does not mean no way. There we go. See? The game can cook up a solution for me. Pardonnez-moi? I did not consider the thoughts and feelings of this poor thing. Oh, well, I might just be able to cook something out here. Two tracks of a normal train station can supply a 5 industry just fine. I don't know about that. Can you actually connect up with them? For some reason you don't enjoy sharing an underground like that. Don't know why though. Maybe undergrounds can't do things that tight? Why are there even 2 Wurzburg Warehouse 2s? Wait, there are two number 2s? Well, there's a warehouse 2, another warehouse 2, and a warehouse 72. That's just how they count in Wurzburg. Give them a break. Alright, you know what? Let's give up on that. And instead, give this a go. Just big warehouse to big warehouse. That should be considerably more achievable. Won't even need to be a big warehouse to big warehouse, but I'm building it anyway. Oh, it doesn't like that. Can we go up and over instead then? Going to be a little rough. What if I just have 4 of them going back and forth between the 2 of them? How about that? No, because single track line is a devil's work. They would, however, need to plug into each other like so. Guy almost knows what he's doing. Almost. Almost, but not quite. Let's redo this. Oh my god, so many train viewers, says Zanini111. I think it's more the way that people love to watch a car crash more than anything else. Because there's something just ain't quite right with what's going on here, that's for sure. This could actually work if I just brought you further back. But there's not really much room to bring you further back. Still, I'm sure we could make it work somehow. I have really painted myself into a corner with this poor thing. It likes it till it's there. Oh, well, I'll be. Rather likes that, doesn't it? If we just bring you over and into here. I do wish there was signaling control here. That way these could fill into more of these, but it's just going to have to be one big back and forth. Which shouldn't be too big of a problem. The amount of hops that one farm produces is not that big. Still though, I need some more hops coming out of here. And I think it's going to be the Acker Junior's hut. The only thing you bring in are these hops. And you, of course, bring in all these hops. Actually, this thing should probably be told not to actually take any hops. I mean, don't store any of them, honestly. It should just take from here. Oh, crumbs, I hit max again, didn't I? There we go. If it's just going to be one train going back and forth, do you even need double rail? It won't. It'll be multiple trains going back and forth. Like at least 4 or 5 of them. For certain. Unfortunately, repairs are going to be needed, and none of these are well set up for repairs because I'm only using a single line of this. Ugh, I don't like that. I really do not like that. But there's no way I'm going to have space for a maintenance station and all of this. Oh well, if it breaks down, it breaks down. That's not a big deal. In fact, I'll have both of them be repair ones. And since this thing holds up to 99 hops, I'm sure it can handle a bit of wasted time with things either getting supplies, we could do it there, or getting repairs. Shouldn't be a big deal. You can build your own signaling control. Yeah, I can, and I could probably do it a bit tighter than what it has here. This would probably be enough space for it, but I don't want to. Right, last things are fruit and milk for everybody. The fruit's more important than the milk, because fruit gives fruit and fruit brandy. And Stuttgart Warehouse right here and right here. Huh, why does it feel like Stuttgart Warehouse doesn't accept everything it needs to? As I told you not to accept the fluff, unfortunately, but do accept the fluff. I'm almost certain I've forgotten to tell some of them to accept some important things. Okay, this fruit. This fruit needs to go pretty much everywhere, and it's already big old spaghetti to get to everywhere. The fact that there are 6 cities really increases the spaghetti. 6 over 5 is just already so much. So, fruit to... Oh yeah, I should certainly save before I get started on the fruit. This game is wildly unstable. Scale's all wrong. You can hand wave the turntables as part of every station. Okay. Ulm actually has space on this track to be accepting wood. Also, I've forgotten to tell you to accept something important. What are you not accepting that's important? You accept the fluff. Oh, and that's 2 loads of wood. I understand now. Well, it's not gonna get going if I don't build it to begin with. There's your fruit. Didn't want to plug the fruit into here, but I think it'll be okay. That'll be a constant enough flow of fruit for anybody. And it's so close. Just tell this warehouse to accept its fruits. That's almost fruit, but not quite. Made a mistake there. Never put down your supply station or supply tower before you signal, else it's going to break up your signals. There you go. Also, not the best fruity name I've ever seen here. I'm actually out of fruit names. Who wants to be this this fruit place? Consider that as I link it up to Ulm here. There's an 18 character limit that you're going to have to like or lump, I'm afraid. (18) 8. Well, that is not pleasant, but we'll take it anyway. There we go. Banana code, says barcode. Very well. Banana code. Yeah, at least it should be easy enough to remember that's fruit. Punch that in here so I have it checked off. I don't like lack of a capital C in it. So it's getting a capital C. Right, so now they flow down to Ulm, they flow into Stuttgart for Stuttgart's up and coming. Let's kill this off. Up and coming Fruit Brandy Distillery. Which I can't upgrade much, but I'll upgrade a little. And then those fruits gotta flow to everywhere else, not least of all up to Worms. Worms has a lovely input proposition right here. If I can just feed it through everything else, which I'm certain I can because I'm that damn good. There you go. Just have you peel away off of that a little bit. Oh, made to perfection. Bring this forward just a little bit in case it gets in the way of that other bit of track. Certain I didn't supply up one of these. Supply tower up one of these. Worms Warehouse 2. Eat your bananas. I wonder when the banana was introduced to Germany. They must have thought it so inefficient. So much of the volume by weight you cannot consume. Nah, Germans strike me as the kind of people that would eat banana peels. Alright, in that goes... Which of these did I think I forgot to supply up? Doesn't really matter. Supply it all. Throw these up to Frankfurt am Main, Wurzburg, and the other one. From the back entrance here, I hope this isn't so clogged up that I can't actually supply all these things. Is there any space in here? There is a little bit of space into Frankfurt AM Warehouse, but getting into there is a different kettle of fish entirely. Can we do something like that? Oh, we can do something exactly like that. With the minor exception of avoiding Worms Warehouse 2. Oh my, that's good. Except I plugged it into the wrong spot there. And that's a bit of a big except. Please forgive me. And get back in there. Alright. That's going to need multiple supply towers along the way, most likely. Hey Jake, just got back from swimming at the beach. How are you this fine hot day? Well, it's 26 degrees in here, which is quite hot. I don't keep my air conditioner on when I stream. Although I bet I'd be a lot more comfortable if I did. I just got my regular fan on. But I'm doing very well, thank you. Feels good to be building train tracks, although I'm very worried. I'm really worried that this isn't going to make it all the way, because the game is still wildly unstable. But I press on regardless. Right, Wurzburg has a number of warehouses that I could make use of. Will I use warehouse? Warehouse 2? Warehouse 2? Or warehouse 72? Oh, so many options. That's very underground. It's practically Hitler levels of underground. We'll take it anyway. On we go, banana code. Just get yourself in there. Oh, what's your problem? Oh, I don't like that. That looks like a lot of problem. Maybe I can just plug you in here instead. Tight, but it'll take it. There you go. You're certainly going to need supply towers along the way, wherever you are. That should be a good... Wait, that was an existing line. This must be that line. Still though, there's some supply for you. And I guess here's some more supply for you. No, that will do. Gotta remember, if I don't tell them to take the fruits, they're never going to take the fruits. That includes Frankfurt AM warehouse. Which I'm pretty sure that's the one I plugged into. Time to save? Oh, it's always time to save. And I need to plug this into Nuremberg as well. Nuremberg's warehouse here has one little slot that could happily take in a bit of fruit, and it seems relatively well positioned for it. So, Nuremberg warehouse, here are your fruits, max it out. I still need to set up the milk as well, but once I have the milk set up, it's going to be time to build some trains, which is a lot of people's favourite time. Well, it better be, because it's my favourite time. Actually, my favourite time is watching them all activate. Feels good. Feels very good. Can we get in like so? Well, I'll be. I love it when it's nice and simple. That's the thing about the way that I'm building this hub. It's a lot of track. It's a hell of a lot of track. But it's a lot of very simple track. There is no point where this should get congested except for the main lines between the cities. Which I guess is a threat, but I don't think it's the biggest threat around. Set up the supply over here as well. Excellent. Well then, just the milk left. And I do still have names for milks. Just grab this one. So, last thing to link up here. Get you with a lovely large train station for the milks. Slam you in right about... I suppose I could do you like so. Nah, like so. RGOs get maintenance buildings, which makes me wonder, did I RGO up my banana code? Not RGO up, maintenance building up. There we go. Maybe use different save slots, be extra careful. True that. But 6, whip 2. Really appreciate how dedicated people are to the perfect Hansa here. Right, Wurzburg has a number of warehouses. Which one will we plug into? I think we'll go for warehouse 2. Or is that really the best one to start with? I guess. Where else is it going to go? I could go into Nuremberg warehouse 2. So many options, you see. Heck, you could actually follow along with this this route. Get all the benefits of it, not least of all joining up with that supply thing. And just plug yourself in there. Nifty. I love it when the supply thingamajigger spreads out like that. It just seems right. I gotta go to bed. Good luck. Fingers crossed the game allows perfect Hansa. I could finally catch a stream, so I can no longer only be a YouTube scrub. Well, congratulations on the ascension. Ischias? Now that you know the horror of connecting so many warehouses, imagine how Spaghetti Lubek's docks must have been in the perfect Hansa. Yeah, but all that was abstracted, which is a fancy way of saying not my problem. And it really wasn't my problem. Nuremberg needs to be told to drink the milk. And you need to go up and around to Würzburg. I can just plug you into Warehouse 2, no problem, I guess. It's not really doing a whole lot. I mean, it's going to be taking a lot of piggies in it. The pigs are something it drinks a lot of. Might be more safe to go into the back of Warehouse 72. But that's going to be tight. I'm not even sure I could get in there. But I won't be sure unless I try. And kicking in with the music that sounds so full of itself. Well... Tell you what, if we were to take a high road here, higher, higher, higher. It really doesn't want to go in there, does it? No. No, I'm not sure it's happy going in there whatsoever. But what if we just bend you out a bit? Go on. No, I don't think there's any way to get... Well, maybe if I just afford myself a bit more space over here. Well, there we go. Let's ignore how obscenely high that one is. And perhaps even afford ourselves a little bit of being on the ground here, because that'll make our everything a bit easier. I think we've got the milk straight into Warehouse 72 of Würzburg. Now there's a little bit of a downside, just a tiny, minute issue, and that's how do I bring this milk in on itself? I think it has to go up then. Can't make do with not going up. Well, I'm not sure I can make this thing link out. I can try, of course. But like so many things, trying is simply leading to the failing. It's not willing to see that as a valid option. Not at all. Which means I'd have to link this up before it gets anywhere close to there. I positioned this warehouse so exceedingly poorly. Now it might be better just to take it around this route. Alright, where are we trying to go with this? I forget. Ah yes, back here. Horrific, I hate it. Similarly horrific. But remarkably harder to hate. Why won't it go down here? Yeah, I think we'll have it. Go around here and just slot into there. No harm, no fuss. You're told to accept your milk. Remember, this is the last RGO we need to link up for this this area, and then we're going to be Gucci. I think Germany is more rail track than land at this point. Somebody was figuring out how many tons of steel there were in all of these train tracks. That was C-Space. He thinks about these kinds of things. Let's give you a proper name. You are Wurzburg Warehouse 4. And let's give 2. I don't know if you were the original 2. Doesn't matter. You're 3 now. And all you take is wood. Wurzburg's just such an unfortunate place to be. There is indeed no salt in this region, and that's fine, because there's not enough salt to satiate all the Germans on their regular amount of salt, let alone doing things like sauerkraut. Okay, to think, that only linked up 2 places with their milk. I didn't even get some over to Frankfurt, which I should strongly consider doing, actually. How do we link up Frankfurt with the milk? That's by taking the milk off of here and linking it up with this. Easy. Oh, I don't like that. They're meant to be dedicated lines. They are meant to be dedicated lines, so instead I'm going to peel you off of here. Off of here, he says. And somehow bring you over to here. And just slot you into Frankfurt like it's nobody's business. Make sure you don't get in anyone's way too much. Very nice. On you go. You've already got your signaling route, but I'll give it to you explicitly. Supply tower up both of you there. Being a lot more gung-ho with my supply towers than I was before, because not being gung-ho with them has kind of bit me in the face. Not too keen on that. It's giving me all these pop-ups around me, even if many of them are superfluous. Tell you to accept your milk. I feel like I've forgotten to tell everyone to accept their fruits, but I'm sure the game will alert us about that. Actually, it'll give us more of these that don't really show up very well at all. Okay, that's 3 of them milked up. 3 more left to milk up. Not least of all Ulm, who doesn't have any space to be milked here. I'd need to get it into Ulm warehouse around the back. But that can be done. There's plenty of space around that area. Actually, why don't I just plug you straight into Ulm and adjust? Might be the easier way to do it. As long as you go into there, we're okay. Well, what adjustment, really? Barely needs any. I could just tell you to go a little bit higher there. And to slightly avoid that. Now, ignoring the fact that it's all bridge, it's pretty good, but that's a lot to ignore. So let's kill the bridging right here. Take it along the ground. Perfect. It's not perfect, but it'll do. I remember going 140 miles per hour on the highway. Everyone thought my dark blue Charger RT was a highway patrol car, so they just moved out of the way. Ooh. Now, impersonating the authorities is an offense, but if you're not purposely doing it, then it's fine, surely. Good job. What was that film where a couple of guys pretended to be cops? I remember seeing that in the cinema. It was a difficult one to watch. I remember having to get up and just leave for about 5 minutes when the scenes were getting too cringy for me to handle. And then I came back and watched the rest, and it was alright. I've been watching this stream for days. I've yet to see an actual moving train, says Despawn. We will have moving trains in approximately 20 minutes. I just need to link up two more warehouses to the creamery, and then set up all the trains, and then we'll watch them move at about 5 frames per second, because the game is going to chug like mad when I unpause. Do I have space for any more goods in these kinds of places? Because Stuttgart needs... Ah, here we go. Here's a Stuttgart warehouse. Ready to be milked. Which is to say given milk, not exploited for its everythings. Okay, this doesn't work because it needs to go over. So, go over, please. And then it needs to go under. Can you go under a bit more? Kind of, but it doesn't really want to. Oh yeah, can't really go through all of Jake's Swedes. Alright, well, that could be worked around. Problem, do you need to go up further or something? Okay. Once again, this is mostly bridge, which is a crying shame. I'm sure it'll be okay though. And suddenly it's tunnel. I mean, there's a reason this track is 3 million marks in expense. But it's as good as we'll do you, except this is a little too tight in terms of not being on the ground enough. That should be fine. And by fine, I mean I'm glad the bank was willing to give me an enormous loan. Alright, over we go, all the way over to Stuttgart. Is it Stuttgart? Yeah, probably this Stuttgart warehouse. This is going to be expensive. Well, it's going to be very old and nasty milk in Ulm, considering how long a journey it's going to have to take. This journey is going to take almost a year by train. Do you imagine that milk? I'm not sure I want to. Wait, Ulm? I did Ulm things up, didn't I? Yeah, I'm sure I did. Stuttgart goes... I've lost my train of thought. Where was I? This is the train line. This is probably also part of that train line. And there, that's your last chance for supplies until you get all the way out to here. To the creamery. There you go. Right, last place to cream up is... Worms, I guess. How's Worms gonna get it? From here's my best opportunity, I imagine. Couldn't I just link you up to one of these existing ones that's coming out of the milker? Somewhere like here. Just anything to cut down on the amount of distance this milk has to travel. What if you cut in on this? Eh? Wouldn't that be good for everybody? It's not. Almost certainly not going to like that. However, if this wasn't here, might be able to make something out of this. And let's just further complicate matters. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, don't breathe on it, it'll break. But there's our... Oh, Christ, I've connected it up to the fluff, not the milk. What can I say? They look so similar. This is the Milky Line. It comes down to here, and I think goes through this part. Probably a little late to change that. Okay, bin it all. Just get over to the milk. And find a way to fix it all. You know, given that I'm trying to go into Worms, maybe it would be better taking the top route, which is significantly less congested. Just in terms of sheer numbers of lines. Just go around dang near everything. To get over to... where's the creamery again? It's all the way over there. Man, that is a long way to go for some milk. But the Germans are really, really thirsty. And they will make that journey for me. Right. Am I not looking at the right journey? No, it's meant to be around the back. Wait, what? I don't even remember what I built. I think I built you. There we go. I was on the wrong side. Whoa, this game's crushing the old skull here. That's it though. That's the last RGO we needed to link up for this place. We'll give it the supply that it doubtlessly needs along its laborious journey. Has he saved in the last 20 minutes? Now I have. That last save was actually 18 minutes ago. Can't wait for the troubleshooting starts for blocked trains. It's going to be largely because I have not told warehouses to accept goods. Hard thing to remember to do, and you can't just tell them all to accept all of them. Okay. What a mess. What an incredible mess. I mean, it's even messier than the last thing I built, and the last thing I built was, well, sure, it was a mess, but at least it was largely choked at this point. Let's look at that. Look at this for a moment. Yep. Oh well, let's not worry about it. Let's build those trains. It's horrific, yet beautiful in its own way, says Pandy. I think it's quite beautiful. Troubling thing is now to figure out how all these are meant to connect to each other. Oh well, just gotta do it, don't we? Let's start with the main lines between them. We're still using the PLM 151 because it's got the most tractive power out of all of our late game engines. Although it's got a low speed, I'd rather have a high tractive power so it can maintain the speed that it gets on high inclines with lots of heavy loads. And everything will be doing heavy loads. I'm not going to have anything that just does passengers and mail if we can avoid it. So lots of PLMs. PLM, Product Something Manager? Alright, PLM, let's go. Oh boy. First real test is, can Worms connect to all 5 other cities and none of the RGOs? It can. Excellent. So we're going to go Frankfurt am Main first. I do not like its choice of how it goes through these maintenance shacks. Why does it do this? Why does it go, yep, I'm going to take this part and then go back out to this part? Because that's logical. It just does, and I don't like it, but I can't avoid it. So I'm going to have that, and then I'm going to dupe, and make another. The first one always takes the longest. You are going to go over to Wurzburg, and you are going to use the bypass of Frankfurt am Main, which it does. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4 more of you. Another PLM. It's going to go from Worms to Nuremberg. And it's going to use this route, which bypasses everything. Good. Excellent. Nothing else uses that route, so this is yours to enjoy. 1, 2, 3, 4 clones of you. Another loco, the PLM 151, goes from Worms to... Thank God I never hate... I hate milk. I'd never be tempted. I can't imagine hating milk. Milk is wonderful. Right, we're going to Ulm, not Ulm Warehouse 2, but Ulm. And oh boy, we do not use the Stuttgart bypass. Is that because there is no Stuttgart bypass? There is no Stuttgart bypass. Discard changes. Did I really forget to do a Stuttgart bypass? I blame the crash on that. I would have built it prior. Oh geez, how do we bypass that? With gusto. That's how we do it. That's how we do everything. You need a way up to there, whether you like it or not. Oh, Christ, now this thing's in the way. Up and at them. There's a lot it's not going to like about this. Specifically having these next to each other. Yeah, that's too tight on the bridges there. Alright, but there are other ways to get close. I just gotta bypass this one way or t'other. I mean, I could even go around this to get a bigger angle. Why don't you like this? What is your problem? Yeah, I guess the massive slope is something that could be considered a problem, so let me unproblem it. 13.7, let's build you up a bit. Just want to kill as much of the incline as possible. It's unavoidable that we have some of it, but... yeah, that'll do. Forgetting the bypass, though. What is coming over me? Oh, what's your problem here now? I have no idea why it wouldn't like that. Well... this is one hard to please game at times. They always default to track 1 in stations, Jake. Just, it's just visual when you have signaling anyway. They'll pick the free tracks regardless. Ah, okay. That's good to know. Thanks for that. The Stuttgart bypass is challenging me. However, I shall not be so easily defeated. And no matter how you cut at it, it sees this as quite a lot, but oh, it's not even connected up. Oh, it's going to be 13% anyway. Let's bring it out like so. Now if I can just get these two to see eye to eye here. Oh yeah, they're not going to connect up till the end anyway. Could have you connect up at this point instead. An unorthodox way to bypass. But I'm confident in its effectiveness. Confidence. That's all you need. Firm handshake. Solid demeanor. That is how I build the best bypasses. Now there's a slight problem with this. Tiny problem. And that's that I've completely forgotten which train routes I had built. I don't even know what I was trying to build when I was failing at the Stuttgart. And they're not going to show in the game at all. So, let's just get back to it. UPLM. I wanted you to go from... Where was I even starting from? Confidence in 250 million marks. Yes. Anybody want to help me out here? Where was I starting from? Was it Worms? Let me think. Worms seems about right because it took the long way over to there. So Worms to... Did I do Worms to Stuttgart? Okay, I was trying to do Worms to Ulm and it didn't have a bypass. That makes sense. Now it has the bypass, so I can say, yes, you do that. And it is using the bypass. Wonderful. Clone, clone, and hell, clone it again. Why not? I did put a lot of effort into this. And then I'm going to do Worms to Stuttgart. Did I not do that already? Don't know, but even if I did, here's a whole lot more trains. So now Worms goes to all 5 locations. So now I can make destinations from Stuttgart, which does not need to go to Worms. Goes to everywhere else, though. Goes to Ulm for 1. 1, 2, 3 additional ones of those. More PLMs. Goes from Stuttgart to Nuremberg, and it uses the Ulm bypass, which I had built. 1, 2, 3, 4 clones. And another PLM 151, which goes from Stuttgart to Wurzburg. And it should use the Grand bypass. Yes, it comes out, it uses this. Not shared by anyone. It's a dedicated line between Wurzburg and Stuttgart. No one else uses it. 1, 2, 3, 4 clones of you. And now Stuttgart goes to Frankfurt am Main using the Worms bypass. This is really satisfying to me. It's really vindication for the lines that you build. Seeing the game realize that, oh, you built bypasses here. I'm going to use them because that's a clever thing to do. Direct line does not need to go to Worms actually because I already did Worms to Stuttgart. Okay, and now it's time to connect up Ulm, which doesn't need to connect up to Stuttgart or to Worms. It just goes straight over to Nuremberg. Lengthy route that. Is this right? Yeah, it's completely right. Ruby. Go there, clone, clone, and clone again. And the PLM 151 going over to Wurzburg. Bypassing Nuremberg. It's amazing that it knows to do that. I wouldn't know to do that. I'd forget it even exists. And it's getting faster and faster to do these lines now because it doesn't need to go back and do the lines it's already connected to. It's now going to go to Frankfurt am Main using the dedicated Ulm to Frankfurt am Main connection that I have built up here. It takes a year to get there and back, but Ulm will not be scared of that. I'll just clone it a bunch of times so it can do it. And now, new PLMs go from Nuremberg to Wurzburg. No bypass, no nothing, just a lovely direct line. Nuremberg also needs to go to Frankfurt am Main. It bypasses Wurzburg. I made a mistake. Can't get out of you. No, I'm gonna have to redo it. Oh well. Forgot to clone the train. That's gonna burn me later on, I'm sure. But it doesn't matter. There we go. Do that. Clone that one a few times. No one will ever know. And the only one left to do is Wurzburg to Frankfurt am Main. Does the Nuremberg bypass have a signal thingamajigger? I will check momentarily. 1, 2, 3 of you. Make a save with those done. Also, I guess that checks the cloud save allocation. Nuremberg bypass. It has implicit signaling, and now it has explicit signaling. Well spotted though. Hard for me to tell if all of these have the little red dots that signify explicit signaling, because there's a lot of things to look at. But by and large it looks good, and I'm sure if something doesn't, it'll be immediately obvious. Alright, that's the cities linked up. Now, to let out a big yawn. Okay. Grab a drink and connect up the RGOs. Which should involve very minimal thinking because they all have direct lines. What a freakish mess this is, but I'm looking forward to riding some of these trains. Okay, PLM 151, the train that does all of my everything. We're going to start with grain. Grain flows into Worms Warehouse. Doesn't take very long, but we need a lot of it because Worms is going to be the backbone of our pastry everything. So do that, make more, and let's face it, even more of you. Because we need a lot of grain flowing. You also head over to Stuttgart. This is a good way to catch them if they're not being told to grab these things. And 2 of you should suffice for that. Where else is the grain going to flow? It's nice that it shows the places where it can get to anyway, so it's not like I'm going to be caught out with this sort of stuff. A couple of you heading over to Ulm should be fine. And the grain's got to flow to Frankfurt am Main. A single one should be okay. Fortunately, these are automatically told to fill up. Well, auto tells it to fill up here as much as it can, go out there and dump everything. So I don't need to get overly complex with them. A single one over there should be fine as well, though I can always duplicate them later if needed. And we're going over to Nuremberg. I'm going to duplicate you ahead of time, so it takes you over a year to get there. Is that all of them, though? Did I connect you up with all of them? Frankfurt, Wurzburg, Nuremberg, Ulm, Stuttgart, and Worms. Yeah, seems like it. So kill Codger King and Queen. And let's do the piggies. Shaloui's piggies go to Wurzburg Warehouse 2. And I'm going to need a lot of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should do for now, but I'm going to make 5 and 6 anyway. And that's the only piggy thing I need to worry about. Jake's Swedes must flow. A single one over to Nuremberg will suffice. A single one of these to all of them should really suffice unless any of these tracks become obnoxiously long. Get you over to Wurzburg. I need to clone. If you clone the name in an awkward way that's difficult to change. Get you over to Frankfurt. Get you down to Ulm. If these go to any warehouses that don't actually have their goods listed as something that they need, that's something I need to add before it's too late. And you also need to go to Worms. There we go, and Worms takes it, that's good. Did I send you up to Frankfurt? Now I feel like I didn't. Big Swedes up to Frankfurt, and if I forgot, well then, too bad, there you go. Okay, that's the wheat, that's the piggies, and that's the vegetables sent out. The wood is another very important one. Get it down to Ulm, because Ulm's going to need a lot of that for the paper. You'd think 2 would be fine, I'll make 3 just in case. And now you're going to go to Stuttgart as well, a single one will suffice. And get you over to Worms. This one here with Karlsruhe being close by is most off-putting, but it's okay. Ulm's done, Stuttgart's done, Worms is done, Frankfurt is done now. And from the chopping we go to Wurzburg. This I like, this is just... Anybody here ever play with toy trains and they make an elaborate setup, which is fun in its own way, but actually setting up the trains to take the route, that's where the real fun is. I played with a lot of Thomas the Tank Engine when I was young. It wasn't even mine, it was my middle brother's. He was huge into trains, so I guess I just benefited by inheriting those toys when he got a little too old for them. Okay, fruit's gotta flow. It doesn't actually, but it's gonna flow anyway. That's only 8 weeks. But I'm gonna do 2 of you anyway. The banana codes flow to Ulm Warehouse, and this is why we check. Ulm Warehouse does not currently accept fruits. It does now. So it goes to Ulm, goes to Stuttgart. Send it over to Worms. Send it over to Frankfurt AM. Send it over to Wurzburg. And finally over to Nuremberg. There we go, now all the fruit flows, that's excellent. What else has to flow? Come on, speak to me. Yeah. The hops. The hops to Wurzburg. We need a lot of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them will be enough? 4 of them will be enough for now. But only for now. What else needs to flow? The milk and the fluff need to flow. We'll start with the fluff. Going over to Nuremberg. Now they're going to eat... No, they don't eat fluff. That's okay. So a single one of that will suffice for now. Alright, the fluff goes down to Ulm as well. Not too difficult for them. They'll be okay. The fluff goes to there. It's almost taking a year, but that's alright. The desire for wool is not so high that they can't handle that. Alright, now the fluff's got to flow to Worms. That is a long time, but I think it'll be okay. Again, the latent need for wool is not that high. Even for that one, that's a long route to take. Now this is where it is needed, because it's going to Wurzburg, which consumes a lot of the stuff because it makes clothes. So I'm going to make a clone, and a clone, and a clone, and a clone, and a clone. And then we get the milk flowing. So the milk goes to... yeah, 1 bit of milk everywhere should suffice. There's not actually enough milk to satisfy everyone in Germany. So it's perhaps a little sloppy of me to assume that there is and simply dish the milk out, but I don't think it's something that's actually important to balance out. I think if everyone gets a little bit of milk, it'll pivot them up and down enough on satisfaction to maintain a good level. Get the milk over to here as well. I feel like I sent you over to Ulm and Ulm doesn't take milk. I think I didn't set either of these to take milk. Whoopsie doodle. Right, well, if you could please take the milk. And you as well, please take the milk. I wonder where else I forgot to tell to take the milk. I'm sure there'll be somewhere now that I've found that. Well, worry not. The milk must continue to flow. Did I send you over to Worms? Almost certainly not. I'm going to give you 2 of them. It takes 69 months to deliver that milk. That milk will be cheese by the time it arrives. Not even sure if I sent you to Wormsburg, but you're going to Wormsburg now. Is there anywhere else that needs to dish out their goods here? Because I think we've covered them all now. Oh, I dare say we have. Now let's save the game and pray that it doesn't die on its arse here. We should call it the Hub 6. Done. I'm impressed, Jake. I was expecting at least 1 route to not go where it should. Hey, they haven't activated yet. Game. Come on. Please. You can handle it. Just send those trains out. And they're waiting for each other to activate, which is... well, makes a lot of sense. That is a long period of no signal. I don't like that. I'm going to slap one there just so that these things can actually go. Frankfurt am Main cannot be reached. What? Oh, you're off the beaten track, though. I don't care about that. Where are you? Away you go. Suddenly Rune Factory's frame rate's looking mighty good, says TBW, who insists that he doesn't watch it. Alright, so we expect to see a lot of trains waiting to be activated for a few months. That's just because I set up dozens to leave stations, but... Go away, I don't care about that. They're just loading up. Oddly enough, loading up with passengers and mail, but I guess these are just people desperate to leave these cities. Off you trot. Now, these places haven't even had time to set up their industries or produce stuff, so it makes sense that the intercity ones are not going to have a lot to deliver other than people and mail for a wee while. But we could always just look at it like this to appreciate what is moving around. Yeah, you're right, that is hard to see, isn't it? I'm glad to see the hops getting delivered into Wurzburg. I'm not so happy to note that Wurzburg doesn't actually produce any alcohol yet. It has this industry and that industry, but not the beer industry, which, on reflection, was a big mistake to make. I have to wait for Wormsburg to hit 90,000 population to produce the beer, but we do have a promoter. And a promoter will activate on Wormsburg and get him big and fast. Yeah, there we go. So despite not even having all that fulfillment, the inhabitants should go up, and the sooner it gets to 90k, the sooner we get the beer flowing. And the beer is going to be a big step up in helping all these people, all these places grow. Look at the money taker go straight to the moon. You're not jealous there, are you, Baron? Surely the Brazilians can be punched for their money as well. Wow, they're still waiting to activate trains at Stuttgart? Forgive me for being a little bit surprised. This is signal, right? Oh yeah, of course they're waiting for things to go through the mountains and such. I wish I'd gotten that zoom out thing so I could zoom out more and just get a better overview of what's going on here. Oh my god, the game is running unbelievably slow. I'm surprised it's even still running. Well, I shouldn't say things like that. It's barely running here. I don't know how bad that's coming along on the stream, but on my end, it really is starting to be seconds per... Okay. Right, before the game implodes on itself, I wanted to watch one of these routes, but I can't remember which one. Does anyone have any memory of which route was particularly captivating? I bet this one's got a good view of just about everything. Germany. Such beautiful gross Dutchland. Let's be honest, each route has a good view of just other tracks. It's kind of a horrific thing to see happen to your beautiful countryside. Unless you're German. They'd probably get a real kick out of this. Well, I'm getting a real kick out of this. A real kick out of this. Okay. Okay, game. Something's getting kicked. Okay, come on, come back to me. I didn't even get the sound alert that time. Don't worry, that's only the third time it's broken today. Come on, come back to me. I was worrying about the main menu there as well. We had done, but I think we got an autosave. after we unpaused. Oh, this was recent. Wait, no, I saved after I activated everything, right? Yes. Well, it gives me a chance to admire another train route here. It's true, says Boomer, the game detected you were having too much fun. Right, oh my god, it's paused and it's chugging. That is not right. Right. Find a route, enjoy a route. What's a particularly obnoxious yet beautiful route that we've built? I wonder if I could ride from something like Frankfurt am Main to Ulm. Would that be reasonable? I'm not even sure if that thing's being set up to leave the station here. Stuttgart, Ulm. Yeah, Ulm. You'll do. There we go. Let's just have a lovely, relaxing ride along. I'm sure the game would play better if you got rid of all the warning rectangles. I don't think so. Oh. Oh dear. This was meant to be a relaxing ride? It doesn't feel as loud as it was before, though. Okay, right. Let's trot back to main menu and kill that sound. Alert from the train, it's gonna explode. The game is not responding now. The game is telling you its code is on fire. I wonder if I could send the save to the devs and say, what's wrong with this? They'd probably send it right back and say, what's right with this? Okay, third time a charm. I just want to ride one of my trains through my network here. I don't think I'm asking too much. Email, what's wrong with this? The answer, what's wrong with yours? Maybe I should make another save before... Well, no, we still got a save saying Hub 6 done. And since I've got a save from it being done, I could just ride with that. Ooh, but doesn't this one have a non-signaled bypass? I forget which signal was... which bypass wasn't done. How many trains, asks Vumer. Well, it's not even going to show up because they're not all activated. It says I have 673, but that's probably going to pop up to about 800 once they're all activated, which is what I want them to be. Just want to ride my train. Where we start? Around Stuttgart. Right, activate a train for me. Let me see it in action. Not that one though. No one wants to go to Frankfurt am Main. Worms to Ulm? I'll take it. Let's ride. Ooh, we're even loading up on goodies. It's my kind of ride. If you send this to the devs, they'll think it's ransomware. Okay, this is actually a pretty beautiful view. And now it's obscured. So let's enjoy this view of it. Actually, left-clicking isn't activating the whistle anymore, which is worrying. Ah, God, I like this aspect of the game. Riding along with your trains. No, really, the whistle's just not doing anything. I'm trying to click, but it's not wanting to. The driver is too stressed with the spaghetti to blow the whistle. Look, there's no spaghetti in this route. Every train has a single dedicated to and fro track. The very rare occurrences that where they are shared, there's only one branch off to go to a different warehouse. This is the simplest track I've ever built in Germany. And honestly, I don't like it. I preferred the real spaghetti over this. Okay, now I can whistle. Excellent. Up and at him. The whistle might shake the game apart for good. Okay, now it's not wanting to. Right, we should bypass this because that is not Ulm and we're on track to Ulm, so turn right. Oh, that feels good. No, I'm trying to whistle again and it's having none of it. I'm feeling good about choosing this locomotive though. It's maintaining its speed of over 70 kilometers per hour despite this incline. And for a train, I think this is quite the incline, although it's starting to slow down now. Starting to really slow down now. Come on, you can do it. You can B and Q it. Come on, Tyrion, I thought you were made of sterner stuff than this. And again, it gives me a bit more time to soak up the beautiful view from up here. That is one sad-looking warehouse. It's alright, as long as it's consistently doing 49 up here. Is that another train in the distance behind us? Yeah, I can see its plumes of smoke. In the end, it doesn't really matter what speed they go. In the end, the trains are all just going to become conveyor belts. Surprising there's still so many trees. Yeah, they would have been hacked up for the railways here. A lot of wood has been used here. Jings, just think how much wood it has taken to build all this. Never mind the bridges, just the 100,000 kilometers of track that it took for this. Yeah, eat your heart out. I bet Dominion's 5 looks on in envy at the amount of trains that this game can render. Difference is, Dominion's 5 I think has only crashed on me once. Turns out there is such thing as too many skeletons in a skelly spam. Alright, this is very literal peak performance. We've made it to the top. Hey! Bye-bye, friendly fellow German. Why are they stopping there, I wonder? Uh-oh. Keep your foot on the brake pedal here. They probably don't have brake pedals on trains. Alright, maintenance station. Probably going to need some maintenance at this point. So pop out with a bit of water for it. Oh, wow. No, we definitely need it. It's strange, though, that the maintenance giver thing is over there. Is it going to pop out and fill us up? No, it's not animating anything. It wouldn't make sense to animate anything, given we probably need to fill up here. I look on envious at the other trains that have the supplies to keep moving. Perhaps this is the cause of the Frostpunk timeline, where all the emissions of the trains are pumping out. Nah. Why don't we power trains with nuclear energy? I'm sure that would cut down on emissions. imagine the lungs of all these Germans must be utterly coated in soot by now. Oh, there we go. Made it all the way to Ulm. All the way to Ulm and the game is not dead. Well, not yet at least. I need to... Right, Ulm is growing. That's good. Stuttgart is growing. Also good. Worms is not Oh, it is growing. It was... Oh, Christ, my ears! Oh, Christ, my game. Okay. We have a problem here. We have a sizable problem. I can't even click on a city. I hope it autosaved during that. And the game's not dead. You need to stop taunting fate. In Factorio, you can just burn uranium enriched fuel into a thermal generator, but it doesn't work that way in real life. I'm sure it would. Anything can be burnt away. I bet people just haven't tried hard enough. Okay, it was kind enough to autosave for me 3 minutes ago. That game hits 88 miles per hour, and now it's going through time with a milk that isn't even stale yet. What's the market going to be for year-aged milk? Oh, it even remembers that I was watching this. Oh, we get to enjoy the 90 kilometers per hour again. But now we might just have a problem. Let's save. Game is breaking apart. Oh, jeez. Now the game's blackmailing me. Alright, maybe if I agree to the blackmail, it's not going to kill me when I try to investigate worms. Okay, worms. Okay, there we go. Worms was growing. It's not now. Why is it not growing? Give me those innovation points, please. A lot of them aren't growing, which is a little bit concerning. Granted, I haven't had it unpaused for very long. A lot of them haven't actually got their goods. Well, you're actually waiting on beer, which is a large part of what the Germans need, but they're waiting on clothes, fruit, and milk, all of which should be flowing in. Fruit there, milk there. The clothes will be coming out of Wurzburg. Yeah, they are actually producing those clothes, although they're all being gobbled up by export. My main concern is the beer. There's a huge demand for beer. But until Wurzburg grows to 90,000, it's not going to be fulfilling the demands for beer. I put too much pressure on Wurzburg. Also, low stuff for Jake and his Swedes. No water and running out of oil. I must have actually forgotten to give you a supply tower along the way. So there you go. That's a very grim place to put you. You sure that's right? Yeah, whatever. There you go. Ah, right, yeah, 'cause you came over from here. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter. They're doing fine. Come on, game. Power through for me. I've put so much into you. I'm not asking for a lot back. I'm just asking for you to manage my 794 trains on my 2 billion mark industry. When did billion become 1,000 million? That makes no sense. This is 2,000 million. 2 billion should be a million. I remember having that exact thought when I was very young, sitting around in some clinic, wondering why that was a billion. Alright, great. Worms is up and at 'em. 80% fulfillment. Now we're talking. We just needed a bit of time for goods to flow. Stuttgart grows as well, and it produces the brandy, as I told it to. Ulm continues to grow. Soon it will provide the newspapers as well. Alright, we're at capacity of paper and nobody eats paper yet. Nuremberg is making brandy and pastries, or it's claiming to, neither of which are particularly needed right now. Game is falling apart every time I try to pan the map. People could realistically become billionaires in places that are not Zimbabwe. Really? That sounds incredibly made up. Okay, Wurzburg's looking great. On top of that, we used the promoter there, right? Well, I sure hope I did, because I don't see him on the list anymore. Did not manage to move 1.5 million passengers, and we're certainly not getting those passengers to Vienna. But Nuremberg being the largest, that's certainly possible. Hiring staff but not assigning them. Assigning them automatically just causes problems because they end up hating each other. Good, our cities are on the up. And Wurzburg... So apparently the game's old limit for trains was 800. And I can see why now. Oh my... the game is... Okay, it's still kind of going. I'm worried about you claiming that you don't have any supplies. I will fix you. On both ends. Because Stuttgart doubtlessly want their tatties. Low operational supplies is a common theme along here, which tells me I likely completely forgot about... No, they've got a maintenance shack. They're just being fussy moany gits. That's what I mean. They have no business telling me that when they're going straight towards a maintenance shack. I'll take that. Build a warehouse. Move the exorcists onto trains. They're needed. No suitable freight. Yeah, because Wurzburg still needs to grow to be able to produce the beer. But it is growing, and it will grow to that point, so I don't need to worry so much about it. I love how they visually grow on the map as well. Experiencing a downturn? Give it all to me. Actually, I'm not even sure where that was that I bought it, but that was cheaper than anything else. Frankfurt grows. Frankfurt grows really well, actually. It's a shame it doesn't have any decent industry or anything worth noting, but I'll tell you what it can have, a museum. That will allow it to grow even faster. Professors are horrible. Never get the professors. They eat up your innovation points. Although I suppose once you have everything researched, they're pretty good. It's just free money at that point, but the money is just of no consequence by that point. Do I have anything left to get? Ticket prices, we don't care. Don't care, don't particularly care, but I'll take you anyway. Frankfurt cannot be reached. Tell me about it. Oh yeah, you were someone that I was unable to delete because it crashed away from me. I admire how you cheer on your trains, hoping the game won't crash, but there's no way the game is going to handle one more hub, says Athelwyn. I'm not convinced it's handling this hub. Alright. Conflicts. Well, sure, show me them. Tell you just to go away. I think Jake's about to trigger the hidden debug error message. What the hell have you done to our game? They should have seen this coming when I dealt with Patrician. Alright, another museum here. I am chewing my way forward. I think spite alone is what's keeping this afloat. I can't even pan the map. When it freezes out like that, it holds your input. Bad condition. Oh, that I don't like. That tells me that the creamery probably doesn't have any maintenance. Oh, it does. Okay, well you're just whinging. These guys also complaining about low supplies, and that I can easily fix. It's nice to actually care about your hub like this. Although this is probably the most spaghetti-looking hub, it is the least spaghetti in practice. And the congestion is non-existent as far as I can tell. And I'm not very good at those kinds of things, so let's observe it like so. I'm taking that. Do you see any congestion? Because I sure don't. Even Frankfurt am Main, incredibly busy place that it is, has those trains shooting through, nobody having to wait, and people are using the bypass. This is beautiful. I can't be the only one who thinks that looking at something like this is genuinely beautiful. God, that's nice. Bypass is chugging up a bit. I see what people mean by people coming out of here causing this to clog up. However, actually no, that is a bit of clogging there. Yeah, I'm sure it'll pass. Let's take our mind off of that and look at a different city with less clogging. Give me the sheet. We'll have the market crier talk about how, well, we can't talk about the safety of running around here, but we can talk about how comfy it is. Got an accountant here. Not necessary, though. Well, unless you're somehow better, but you're not. The performance is tons better at night. Yeah, probably because it has less of this stuff to render up. Not sure. Maybe it just looks like it's better at nighttime. Or maybe it's better when we're zoomed in, because it's got less to look at. Still a bit rough there. Turning off night mode. I mean, it might be a zooming thing, because at here it has to show all of these moving signals, all the signal stops. Of course, it kind of backfires when I really zoom in on a place as well. Right, come on, have you grown up a bit, Wurzburg? You're who I need. Wurzburg's looking good at 77 with 70% fulfillment. I just needed to get to 90 and then we can have all the beer that these Germans can drink. Which is sadly not a lot. Might be the workload. No rendering the 3D trains. It's not impossible, but I do find it a little implausible. Oh, Ulm's got space. I've got to put down its publishing house so we can have newspapers. And I shall expand that and that and that. There we go. Loads of newspapers to flow because these people are going to start consuming newspapers. At what population for newspapers? It doesn't want to say because I've got the industry set up there, but I can check over at Wurzburg. Well, Wurzburg almost want it. 83. 83. Jake, it's save time. Oh, you got that right. Game is breaking in the heart. There we go. Just want to check Frankfurt game. Oh, Frankfurt looks great. Every time I slam down the museum, though, that generally solidifies a city is doing really quite well. That extra 10% fulfillment is so powerful. I had that on Factorio on my laptop when I had 10,000 robots flying around. If I scrolled out, my frame rate dropped. Oh yeah. Factorio does not like showing all of its drones going around. Nuremberg, are you ready? You are ready. Time for the Nuremberg's very own museum. So Wurzburg has one, Nuremberg has one, Frankfurt has one. Worms is just about to have one. Same with oh my heavens. Just can't hold it. Ulm's actually down a bit. Why is Ulm down a bit? If I could locate Ulm, we could find out. Free industry is not a big deal. Not to me, at least. It's not getting its sausages. Are you telling me I didn't link you up? You're not getting your brandy either. That is straight... Come on, game. Stuttgart should be fulfilling the brandy needs, although I'll double up the amount of brandy that it's able to crank out here. You are connected up with Stuttgart, so you should be able to get that brandy. Yeah, it's just that there's not enough brandy to flow into Ulm. But I was also concerned about you not having a connection with Wurzburg for the piggies. Well, there are some piggies flowing to you. Could it be that you lack the piggies? Right, we're going to massively increase the amount of piggies you flow out. Same with that. What other industry did I want in Wurzburg? Beer. Of course, beer. Max out that beer. This will help big time. The warehouse here is sitting with 99... Okay, it was sitting with 99 hops. The Germans so desperate for their beer, they're just eating the raw hops at this point. But that works for us. Means we can crank out this wheat beer for export. And it's going to flow around to all the other places. And come on, man, get those piggies flowing as well. Are they actually flowing fast enough? There are lots of pigs just sitting around. Do you have pigs that are ready to be consumed in Wurzburg? There are no pigs sitting around in your warehouse. Which tells me we have nowhere near enough of these going. So coffee, 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 coffee. Let it flow. What's the hold up? So much meat needs to flow. Can't believe they complain about operational supplies when the maintenance station's right here. There we go. Now that should fix the problems we were having in this warehouse of not enough piggies. With the sheer amount of them that you do flowing in, it's kind of crazy. Good thing this is only sharing it with the fluff, otherwise that'd be a real problem. So that should hopefully solve the export sausages problem, which by turn will allow Ulm to continue to grow up and be big and strong. It's back on the up, so it'll be able to get its next thing nice and easily. Museum for Stuttgart. There we go. Museum for Worms. And if we get a museum for Ulm, this hub is done and done right. You did something. Better save so you don't lose it. Better use all this delicious tech that I have as well. I think I'm just going to pay the blackmail. Seems like good luck in this game. If I don't pay it, the game might take its anger out on me in ways I can't even comprehend. Alright, hold up. Get that going. Get that going. It's a little bit more out of Ulm, and it's ready to go. Still struggling to get those sausages out now. Is that a supply issue or not? Oddly enough, even with all these coming in, we're still struggling on getting enough sausages through. More. It's kind of crazy the amount of sausages this thing just needs. Single random breakdown is enough to slow all this down, an atrocious amount. Can't believe how much those Germans are eating up their sausages. But they need 16 pigs delivered every month to meet that demand. So here's one coming in. That looked like something weird happened. There's another one coming in. Come on, eight piggies per train load. Here's another one coming in. Is that going to be the June amount seen to? There we go. There's the June delivery done. Another train comes in. See to the July delivery. That's half of the July delivery. Another train coming in. That's July sorted. So the rate looks good. As long as more and more of them are coming in. Yeah, I could have multiple lines coming out of the pigs, but this one seems to be okay. It's just the Germans are insatiable when it comes to their sausages. Can we have any Germans confirm or deny their love for sausages here? I mean, I'm all for being very racist, but it has to be based on truth. Yeah, random breakdown is the game's... I don't think there's anything so random about this game's breaking down. Is it only 16 piggies a month, not 24? Oh, right, I could be well wrong about that. I was, yeah, they need 24 piggies per month, so 3 train loads per month. That's a lot of train loads per month. Well, they seem to be generally getting that level of pig coming in. But it might be prudent to even set up another leg of it coming out, or even another station of pigs, because look at all these guys trying to leave. Yeah, I could set up another one that just floods into another warehouse here. What else would you eat with your sauerkraut? Well, there's not even... Oh, there we go. The sausages are actually backing up. Oh, wait, no, they're not. As soon as they could. Who went and stole all the sausages? Frankfurt am Main did. Alright, Stuttgart looking good as well. Okay. Lovely enough, but I want to watch something at least. Yeah, I built a lot of track here. I want to watch a bit more of it. We'll watch... Where I watched the big one. I feel like I made one and I said, I absolutely need to see this, because it had ups and downs and all kinds of going through. Anybody remember what that was? I'm trying to remember what it was. Did Jake already forget about the previous few crashes? No. Although, good point. Saving and saving often is a good idea here. I even mentioned it. I was like, ooh, this one's a lovely one, and I want to... Oh god. The game's really not happy. I think it was one of these ones that go... Yeah, it must have been one that went through one of these Ulmish tunnels. Like Ulm warehouse to... That's a rather nice one. Where do you go to? I guess we'll never know, because it just cut us away from what I was looking at. MTSC shopping to Ulm warehouse. Now that's something I want to watch. That line going over the mountain to Worms. I feel like I already went around Worms, but I want to watch this. Imagine if save games were never a thing, they just save on quit. Oh god. We'd be in for a rough time. It's kind of weird to go full circle on the exchange on the tracks like that. Are we stopping for supplies? I think we are. There we go. I love that it actually pops out and... is that water? I guess the water's got a lot of soot content in it by now. Love that it little animates and pops out with that. Oh, this looks so good. Yeah, early on we had these trains that just pop out and switch like that because I couldn't afford big stations. And now we've come all the way around to going back to using them with the dedicated lines here. Oh, is this MTSC chopping already? It is! Oh. Huh, yeah, I got there sooner than I imagined. Somebody said it was a big one around Worms that I was wanting to look at. A big mountain around Worms. Was it this one that kind of goes around to Codger King and Queen? No, that would make sense. That one's a very direct line. However, it might be one that goes down and over to Stuttgart? That makes less sense. What are you on? That's the Worms to Ulm one that I think I already rode. Did I? Yeah, I think I did. I remember going up that. It was a hefty experience. How's the perfection coming along, says Anglais Folly. Not very good. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to make any more hubs than this. The game has crashed so many times this session. Oh, this looks like something I wanted to ride. Yes, absolutely. How do I reset you? I'm not sure if I can force reset an anything on you. Oh well, you just started, so I may as well watch you go along. You think we crashed at the end of this? That sounds reasonable, but let's go back. Now we've got all of this, what is this stuff? Is that the wool? Oh my... That is not a healthy incline for any train to take. Yeah, we're riding around with Double J's fluff over and along here. And this is gorgeous. Like this... This is the kind of thing that actually makes you want to play more of the game, not less of it. Being able to appreciate what you've built up in a game like this is very important. In a sense, to me, it's like the one thing missing from Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, being able to ride your own creations. Even just following along, zoomed in on the carts that you make, although I'm sure there's a mod for that. Hell, maybe the game already does that and I don't even realise it. Oh, goodness, it's Space Mountain time. Oh dear! Oh dear. This is meant to be the strongest locomotive in the game. It's just a conveyor belt, right? Hold that thought. Maybe we can find something to give you more power. Any research that we haven't done that increases power? No, in fact, if I get that done, that might be all of the research done. Oh well, we believe in you. You can do it. Up we go. Up we... Come on. "11 kilometers per hour. Still beats being drawn by a horse and cart. Oh, that might be why. Very little sand, no oil, no water. Here you go. Yeah, everyone get out and push. This whole route had no supply tower on it, so go figure. They weren't performing that well. So in comes the water. And I'm sure they're somehow also getting sand here. Yeah, there we go. All topped up and ready to rock and roll. You know what it's like trying to climb a big hill when you haven't had anything to drink all day? Rough times. Reminded myself to take a little drink there. Come on, train, we can do it. Ah, we can also admire gross Germany while we're at it. Oh? What exactly are we stopped for? A random bloody breakdown. At this condition. I need to speak to Terry and find out just how common these random breakdowns are. Because in this game you'd think they happen all the time. Alright, we reached the top of Space Mountain. Now for the payoff. Ah, I feel like I'm riding the Manta at SeaWorld. Or was that one? Busch Gardens? Yeah, you get hit by this, there'll be nothing left of you. And that sudden angle here, swoop, chiseling our way into the ground there. Where are we even getting to here? We're going to Worms, so how's Worms doing then? I want to get a view on you. You're looking alright on that. You've already got your museum and your... What the gross Germany was that? Jeez. This is putting me in a really, really awkward spot. Alright, game, come back. Was that the same city from before? Maybe that's just the wrong place to be. Jake, might it be worth mailing devs? I never mail a dev going, here, my game is breaking, please fix. Because if I was a game dev, I'd have a hard time justifying fixing their specific thing. It's probably just a case of game can't handle all this. Can we get the game back? There we go. Apply to be the dev instead. I wouldn't know where to begin. Alright, this was 4 minutes ago. Good enough. Although, tantalizing opportunity to save again. Maybe you just need to make it... Oh, hey, we're back here! Oh, this is an opportunity to... Oh, interesting point for it to save, just after I built the supply tower. I wonder if it's going to randomly break down again. Did I change the direction of that signal? Yeah, I did. Okay, where do I go from here? Game is falling apart. I'm not sure it's going to survive me building another hub. I'm in a hard placed position here. Finally, I catch you breaking several laws in German engineering, says LP Danilo 05. Maybe you know a few laws as how to get this game to run. Oh, Christ! And the game crashes again. I am out of options here. Completely out of options here. Well, utter destruction is one form of perfection. I put so much time into this, and I can't even realize the full perfection here. The scary thing is, this is the game falling apart with just over half of the hubs and trains put in. I'm not even sure it's going to run with 1,600 trains available on the map. So I'm in... tell you what, going to fire up the game one last time and admire what we have built. But I think that big siren alarm is enough to spell the end for this. Dark Young saying that our defeat is as glorious as the perfect Hansa. Well, that's nice of you to say. Let's get you out of here. God, I'm... Oh well. In the future, maybe a smaller country for a perfect Hansa. Yeah, I think this is a case of we were defeated before we even started by choosing Germany here. We had no way of knowing that the game couldn't handle this. I've heard from people who have built similarly large things across the America map and succeeded, but the difference is America has like 30-ish cities here. We have 58. Oh hey, remember this place? I wonder if I can click on worms without the game breaking. Maybe I shouldn't tempt fate like that, but fate was made to be tempted. Worms, what are you made of? Are you worms? Where is worms? Isn't this meant to be worms? Oh, oh Christ. Oh, double Christ! Go away. What have I done to you? Okay. Right, let's... Summarize. I think we have to call it. The game can't even handle the game can't even handle being panned around with paws without screaming at me and dying here. But this has been really rewarding for me to play. I've really enjoyed playing this. In many senses, even more so than playing Patrician 4. Because when I played Patrician 4, there was a lot of period where it was a slog. It was waking up going, oh, I'm going to have to build another 600 houses and 600 industries and 30 chapels and 100 fountains and break the road network in another city, knowing that I had about 40 cities to do that in. But with this, I never felt like that. I felt, oh boy, I've got another hub to build. Am I going to make a horrific build like this? Am I going to have some incredibly organized spaghetti like this? Or am I going to have a particularly organized bit of spaghetti like this? This remains my the hub that I'm the happiest with. Not least of all because there's Innsbruck right there. The one I thought would be so troublesome, looking glorious. The really irritating thing is that these are looking really glorious, right? I've got them up to 140k, and in order to get that last jump up to 250,000, all I need to do is link up the overflow warehouses to each other, send the excess from each of the hubs to them, distribute them to the cities, and then they're going to have everything they need to get their way up to 250,000. It is already calculated. Calculations are foolproof. I mean, I'm a fool, and I'm proving it. But the game just is unable to handle it. Man, to think the amount of time that went into sussing this stuff out, it's... Oh well, I can't dwell on it. But I can, however, reflect on it. Away you go for a bit. So we started out... Rundown for this for the people that don't want to watch everything that happened in all of this. We started out in Danzig. This is our hometown. We connected up what we had with very rudimentary lines, which were largely single stations that just brought in small amounts of RGOs, connected up cities. And we did that to expand as quickly as possible, aggressively using loans until we could buy out our competitors. I tried to keep one around, but it was just better off to kill him. And then once I had connected up everything, I started a failed attempt to create what I was trying to do here, down around here, by connecting up the cities and then making a firm backbone of RGO movements across the map. Completely underestimated the amount of work involved, and so I took a different approach with this hub-based network, which is demonstrated here, some of the hubs drawn in, and we started off by going back to Danzig, tearing everything down and building up this as a proof of concept, and in the game it actually did work out really well. This is the first hub we ever did, the most rudimentary of all of them, and you know what's surprising? It looks the neatest out of all of them. And for some reason, it's one of the least congested out of all of them. I don't know how this one worked so well. Probably because there was just so much space around that it was a really easy one to link things together. All the ground was flat. Yeah, this is an easy place to build at. Why do I have two of these showing up? Best not to think about it. Once Danzig worked and was shown to work, we worked our way south, all the way down to Orlov here. And then south still to this huge one that honestly came out one of the worst hubs that I made, largely because of our offshoot into Vienna, which was fixed, largely by removing this line. In fact, please don't fail me, game. I want to see this one, because it does look really good. Yeah, if you ignore all the pop-ups around me, and you know I am, this looks so good. Because the trains are using these dual maintenance stations to already decide which direction they're going to be going in as they go around here. It's just... And this other thing in Vienna here is taking in... I forget if it's RGOs or not. Yeah, it is RGOs, and this is the warehouse for finished goods. Vienna itself producing beer, sausages, leather, and preserves, although it's not really doing any of the latter there. Random breakdowns front and center. Yeah, I wish there was a way to disable all that. Alright, groovy. I want to pause before I look around more of what's going on here. It's just beautiful to see it all in motion. Down to my favourite hub out of all of them. It's my favourite because of the design that was used here. Right here. Previously I was using a linear series way of putting them together. Line, 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 line. I thought that looked the best for what we had around here, but when I got to this point I wanted to try connecting it up more, especially after my experience with Vienna, and the central point here was a good way to look at it if we show it up in-game. Which city is that? Yeah, really, which city is that? Oh, it's Salzburg. Because it means I could split the four ways coming in here into 2 and 2. So 2 of the tracks go down and along over to Innsbruck, and the game can't scream at me with its alarm anymore because I've completely disabled that. And the other 2, where was I even looking at? Here we go. The other 2, oh, what was I looking at? Here we go. The other 2 can split off, head up north, another maintenance station, and hit up Munich, creating this lovely, well, it doesn't quite look triangular here, but it works out triangularly. And if we watch all the trains in motion, you know, I actually think daytime is better than nighttime for this kind of view. Speed them up and watch them go. Oh, it's glorious. And these aren't even that busy because they're just taking things that want to go from Munich down to Salzburg, which is important enough because otherwise they would have to go down and around through Innsbruck, and keeping a place like this not congested is really important for business. Does this mean more Rune Factory this week to finish that? Yeah, Rune Factory is going to finish tomorrow. I can feel it in my bones. Ah, it's so beautiful. Then I built something that's very not beautiful. We went over down to the very southwest, and this doesn't highlight just how unbeautiful it is. This does. The problem here was that France ensured that this area was a no industrialization zone. Well, the joke's on you, France. You have no GDP now compared to Germany. You can see why you're about to get mushed twice in a row. However, we did abide by France's no-build zone, and that just meant a whole lot going on here. Not often I build 8 tracks parallel with each other, and that's ignoring these 2. We've got Space Mountain, and we've got freaking Moon Mountain over here. Ooh, can I ride up here? Ooh, it's kind of fun. I even need to follow the train to do this. Still, it was despite how hideous it was, actually works out quite well. This one might be better to watch in night mode. See those trains move around? Ignore all the pop-ups of random breakdowns and low supplies. If I found a way to disable that, the game would suddenly improve a whole lot. The Germans can expand the perfect Hansa. It would be kind of cool to have a Europe map, I think. Just all of Europe. The game would certainly need some performance boosts, or they'd have to shrink things down. But I think the strength of the German map is that it's not that shrunk down. It's big. It's really big. And it's very varied. Some people looked at it and thought, oh, boring map, it looks so flat. And then you check out the contours. And then it suddenly looks a little less flat and dull, especially when you get down to the south. So yeah, just try and access these vegetables. I know I did, at level 5. You know what, I'm going to follow this train, because I want a nice train ride. Please don't crash on me, game. Can we hear the game? No, we can't. Nothing but the alarm. Oh god, that kind of over... There'll be people watching going, what's so impressive about that? But there's just something about that overpassing that's just... It's too good. It's too damn good. Also, another thing to notice, this train is rusting. Can't see it here though. Can see it here. The longer you have the trains, the more they show their rust and their decomposition here. I'd have to replace them to get rid of that rusty effect, but I don't want to. I mean, maybe should hire somebody to clean it up a bit, but... That's because this game was clearly made by people who loved the subject matter. Which makes sense, it was made by Germans, and it's all about industrializing. Yeah, wear and tear effects. Oh, I was wrong all along! They are putting in both oil and water, I just couldn't see it from my perspective before. Oh, but I just keep finding more and more things about this game that are so damn cool. So damn cool. But as cool as the game is, it has unfortunately reached a technical stone wall. We can't proceed past here. In fact, I worry if I go and click on worms again, the game is just not going to be having any of that. It does leave a bit of a sad taste in my mouth to not be able to hub up all of Germany, but it seems that in terms of this game, this is as close to perfection as it's willing to allow. 807 trains. The game used to have a limit of 800 trains. They bumped it up to 1600. In retrospect, maybe they should have kept it at 800. Or maybe it's just the way that I've built my lines that the game doesn't like having to make all these decisions. I'm just fairly confident that it's not my system. I'm not even maxed out playing this. Will you send the save file to the devs, Jake? I don't know, I think it would just be a hassle for them. I guess I could. At least I'll contact them telling them how much I enjoyed it, because that seems like a nice thing to do to somebody that clearly put a lot of love into the game. At the very least I could give them a bug report about it. Oh yeah, it's published by Calypso, right? Right. I mean, it's developed by Gaming Minds, but published by Calypso. I'll give them that as a repro bug report. But as sad as it is that we couldn't plug everything up, I'm still going to have to call this our perfection, because in the end we perfected Patrician 4 by killing everyone, and in this we're going to kill everyone too. Are we going to handle it by... Oh well, no, it actually lets us zoom in and click on worms without destroying the whole game. I'm sure it's only a matter of time. Okay, that very sadly concludes the run of Railway Empire Longplay. You know what, it's not sad, because playing this was so much fun, and I actually think that I'm going to play this again sometime down the future. I'll take a smaller map and I'll piece it together one more time. Whether or not that happens on stream, well, I guess much like the game, is going to be a case of supply and demand. But until I'm back with more streams, which given the early hour of today might even be later on today, I just need to go and suss out what that's going to be. It's a cheers from me, a cheers from everyone in Gross Germany, and a cheerio.